Evening and welcome to the Gallup Calvin Center Hall in beautiful Gallup, New Mexico, where we are honored to host residents for this important public safety town hall. I want to start by thanking Mayor Fonaguidi, Chancellor Ezell, and our friends at Gallup for hosting this event and the hard work of the incredible staff that has put together all of the things that have led us to where we are tonight. My name is Benjamin Baker, and I have the privilege of working for the Office of the Governor, advising our governor on matters related to public safety. And I've met many of you before when we visited your community back in July of this year, and it is an honor to be in front of you today, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you. We have taken public safety town halls all over our great state in the last 9 months. We have been to Las Cruces, Espanola, Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Carlsbad, Farmington, Clovis, Portales, Ruidoso, Mescalero, and now we are here with you in Gallup. During this time, we've experienced tremendous outpouring of community members offering their insights, their experiences, and their perspectives on public safety within their very unique communities. We're eager to engage in the same respectful and constructive discourse, moving us closer to our shared goal of a safer New Mexico to live, to work, and to raise our families in. And we're grateful that you are here with us to do that. Before I begin the discussion, I want to recognize and introduce a couple of critical parts to our communication team. And they are Santana Chavez and Alice Luce are off here to my right. They will be providing ASL translation tonight so that all may receive our message. If we could get a round of applause for ASL translation. Thank you both for being here. Additionally, we have simultaneous Spanish language translation happening. That interpretation is provided by Denise Garcia and Vivian Marquez, who are up here in the back. Thank you very much for performing this important service so people can hear it, and a round of applause for our translators as well. At this time, it is my pleasure to invite the Chancellor of Gallup, Dr. Sabrina Ezell, to the podium to share some opening remarks. Madam Chancellor.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Gallup. I am Sabrina Ezell, the Chancellor here on the campus. It is a great honor to have Governor Lujan Grisham and her esteemed guests on our campus tonight to discuss public safety. Her visit underscores the importance of this topic that resonates deeply with all of us, and we're looking forward to a meaningful dialogue about how we can work together to build a safer future. So thank you again for joining us tonight. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome Governor Lujan Grisham to the podium.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. I really appreciate that. All right, I want to get us started, and I want to do that by spending just a couple of minutes framing again and thanking you. Everyone is here away from their families or their jobs or the things that they do after work, and we have policymakers from the legislature, and we have members of the local community who are both responsible for the policy making in the public safety area, but also are weighing in and first responders in a number of ways. So we ought to do this. We ought to give a round of applause for our first responders and our men. Who do an amazing job. I can only see two, and I know people were introduced, but there are two folks that I've worked with the New Mexico legislature for decades. But there are so many new legislators in both the House and the Senate, which speaks well of the notion that we have people that still want to do public service. This is a hard job. But for both the chairman of Senate Finance, Senator Munoz, who I've known for a long time, thank you. And he's been responsible for really productive investments in housing, behavioral health, and in law enforcement. But that money starts in the House, and for most of this effort and most of my term as governor, Chairwoman Patty Lundstrom has weighed in to make sure that that is moving. So out of this community, you've got two folks that are very clear that in addition to the decisions we have to make, we need the resources to make good on those commitments. So here's the frame. as we are all struggling, and I think that it goes without saying that we are in this community. It's a statewide problem. Frankly, I'm a bit tired of hearing that somehow it's an Albuquerque issue. Public safety is an issue, frankly, across America. And it is a problem in every single community. Hello, Representative, I just saw you. I apologize, Representative Johnson. In every corner, including every corner in New Mexico, there's no place too rural. That's a fact. 2, today, if you go back a decade, there are fewer people incarcerated for bad acts, violent, serious crime, and there are fewer police officers in both city and county jurisdictions statewide. No place is that starker than, quite frankly, Albuquerque. And as we have trouble recruiting and retaining, and the state police force is moving around the state, which has its own set of challenges because they're not where we might have a particular issue at a particular time. This is also a national phenomenon. So there isn't something New Mexico did or didn't do. But I think it's pretty powerful to recognize that we have an issue. All right, so that's 1. 2, we have a lot of different independent powers and jurisdictions. Well, certainly I'm not suggesting we try to erode, but it doesn't make it so easy to set your sights on exactly what things or thing move the needle to make us all safer and to hold violent offenders accountable. And here they are. You've got a judicial system that includes district attorneys and public defenders. We have an attorney general. We have special prosecutors. We have city police. We have county sheriffs. We have the state police. We have federal police. We have federal partners including AFT, DEA, and the FBI, and more. All right, so there are a lot of different jurisdictions who all have responsibility for figuring out public safety. Right? Then you've got the policymakers, the legislators can make, change, amend the laws, repeal the laws. They can fund these efforts. There's a lot of moving parts, and here's what I've learned in 6 years. Better today, but a lot of these jurisdictions do not work very well together. Here's another bit of shocking information. Until recently, most, if not all, police jurisdictions did not do the ballistics. That is the research to figure out what went on with a gunshot, so that we know whose weapon, where that came from, whether it was stolen, and most importantly, whether or not it was used in a prior commission of a crime. So as this stuff is unfolding, we're just learning that there wasn't enough statewide effort to really start to move the needle. Where are we right now? Well, 1, there's been a ton of money, 126+ million that's going to law enforcement. You might be surprised to learn, and it's a compliment to this community, the local policing jurisdictions have gone after every single grant for retention and recruitment. They have met their goals every single time, and quite frankly are doing it better than most of the jurisdictions. They're giving our state police a run for their money, so chief, you're going to have to get out there. But right behind them is the state police, and it's good work. It's exactly what we intended. But it's an uphill battle, because if I said that a decade ago, before population shifts, we were arresting more, we were patrolling more, there were more traffic stops, and now that's not occurring, then you can see we're playing catch-up. All right? Here's what else we've learned. When New Mexico's public safety issues are at an all-time low, most police jurisdictions have the ability to do constant patrolling. With the call volume, with policing declining because we can't get folks, we couldn't recruit them, frankly, there's a little bit of lack of respect around the country. I expect New Mexico to respect our police officers more than any other state while creating clear, constitutional, community policing. These don't have to be mutually exclusive. They should be expected in every jurisdiction. That's how New Mexico should roll. But here's the other things that we've learned. two of the most significant issues, at least for me. And I'm interested in what your opinions are. And actually, when we came in the summer, I wasn't here. We talked a lot about commitment and competency. In New Mexico, we haven't changed our competency laws in decades. We're one of the last states, if not today, after a couple of legislative sessions, we're the last state in the country to not modernize that. So what does that mean? It means that individuals who are going before a judge, who are there for either criminal or even civil issues, that they never get a trial or a judicial decision because they are deemed at the front end not to be competent. Why wouldn't you be competent? And again, I want to say that's an important due process constitutional standard. But here's what it means in New Mexico. If you have a mental health issue, of course, probably not competent. If you have a drug issue, not competent. If you have an alcohol issue, not competent. If you have PTSD, in most jurisdictions in New Mexico, you are not competent. Now, for petty misdemeanors, except for retail crime, which happens frequently, that may not be a huge issue. But for violent offenders, rape, kidnapping, attempted murder, aggravated assault, aggravated robbery, and property damage, we're seeing the same defendants being dismissed by courts 35 and 40 times a year. So they're never held accountable for those crimes. 2, where do they go? When these cases are dismissed for competency, you're sort of asked to check into a community program. You do. And then you're back out on the streets, which is why you're reoffending. Right? And it's happening over and over and over. And in every community, including this one, one murder in a year is one murder too many. It's 3 times higher now in this community. And that's the situation in every single community. Worse, a lot of these dangerous, serious, repeat offenders are putting firearms in the hands of teenagers. And we're seeing huge exponential increases in teenagers with firearms involved in violent crime, including taking these firearms to school. And we've had far too many tragedies as a result. I think we have to change that so that the courts would get you restored. So your competency's restored, you come right back to stand for trial for these violent offenders. How do you do that? There has to be a commitment process to treat them. New Mexico's also one of the last states to deal with commitment issues. So just to put it in perspective, Florida, we might expect that, kind of a more conservative state. Texas. How about Colorado, California, Arizona, Oregon, Washington State, Maine, the District of Columbia, New York? All of these states to deal with these issues have changed these laws with remarkable success. Last thing, I'm going to be quiet. The intersection then between public safety and people who are unhoused is significant. So significant that I can't get to, nor can your really great providers here, to the people who are desperate for our help. Because the intersection of serious crime makes it very difficult for those individuals to seek and receive help. So we will see a lot of discussion during this legislative session. Both chambers have committed to an omnibus. What does that mean? It means a laundry list of bills in one bill at the front end of the session. Starting in the House, I believe, is the current design. That could change. And then moving to the Senate. There will also be a hefty investment in behavioral health. And we need it. But most people don't, as adults, show up for behavioral health on their own. They have to be committed. And when I talk about commitments, we're talking about evidence-based, 45 days, maybe a second round to 90, so that you can make the decisions that you would make with some clarity. And then you're stable enough, housing, case management, return to society, jobs, support, return to your family, the things that make us part of a community. That can be restored. It just isn't happening in New Mexico. And I promise, last. Because it's taken decades to sort of figure out all these intersections, and I mean, just in an 8-year review, just to put it in perspective, it's more than 16,000 cases dismissed. Of the 16,000 cases, and it's growing, this is old data, fresh enough, but older, it's about 4,000 people who are in this dangerous element that I described that are living in your communities and neighborhoods, statewide. And you can see it, we can feel it, and it doesn't make any sense to me. And I hope that you will share ideas, perspective, concern. If none of these ideas, including some penalty enhancements for drug dealing, and fentanyl, and contraband, like guns, and kidnapping, and rape, and murder, and felon in possession, which I think are important refreshes, given the kind of situation we have. But these are hard issues, and so they require thoughtful perspective, which is why I'm here. Because I know this community is doing the work every day to continue to make your neighbors and your family safe, and are committed, including working with the sovereign nations in this area to make all of it better. And this is a place where I think I can learn a thing or two. And that would be very valuable for your policymakers who want to know where you want us to go. Because this is the session where we have to get the bulk of it addressed. So I talked too long, but I hope that gave perspective about the stuff I'm seeing and that you're seeing, and to give you some sense about what's actually happening to us. And as a result, it's a bit out of control, including people are coming to New Mexico because they know that you won't be prosecuted here for any of the issues that I just talked about. So they're coming here. When I was last in Las Cruces, I talked to 5 unhoused individuals, none of them from New Mexico, all age groups, and they will all tell you, because you're free to just do what you want to do here. Okay, that, you are free and welcome if you follow the law, you play by the rules, and you are a good member of our communities and our society and state. I think that should be the standard bearer. And if you do too, then we've got a lot of work to do, but we can get it done together. Thank you all for being here tonight. I appreciate you so very much. And now we're going to hear from you. Shout out to the mayor, who's been on it.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Chancellor, for the introduction. We're going to start by introducing you to this distinguished panel that we have assembled. We'll start here with the chief, and we'll move to her left. I'm going to hand him the microphone. Just give your name and the agency you represent. Most of these folks are very familiar with you, but just for everyone's benefit. Thank you, Chief.
Erin Toledo Pablo, the police chief for the Gallup Police Department.
Troy Wiesler, Chief of Mexico State Police, here on behalf of course State Police, but DPS as a whole. And then I have this is District 6 for State Police, which is McKinley and Sealy County. And Captain Sean Martin is here on behalf of that district. He's been in Gallup his entire career, coming up on 22 years here in a couple of weeks. So we look forward to tonight's town hall.
Good evening, I'm Gina DeBlasi. I am the acting cabinet secretary, Department of Health, and the governor's health policy advisor.
I'm Louis Goldreedy. I am the mayor of the city of Gallup, and I appreciate the governor's had an issue, she has been responsive, she's been easy to get contact, and she's worked with us.
Sheikh, I'm Arjun Kukali, Governor for the Pueblo of Zuni, and thank you on the most.
Good evening, I'm Michael Anderson. I'm the Executive Division Director for Public Safety for the Navajo Nation, as appointed by Dr. Lujan Grisham, our President for the Navajo Nation. He extends his wishes for this evening, hopes to hear, and we're going to share your concerns and the information that's provided here. I just want to also recognize from my staff, from the Division of Public Safety, Michael Henderson, who is my Deputy Division Director, and Chief Ronald Silversmith from Navajo Police, as well as our delegate from the 25th Council, Amber Crotty, who's a great supporter of issues regarding public safety.
James Mariano, McKinley County Sheriff. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for commitment to New Mexico public safety, and welcome. The governor touched on a couple folks that were in here, but I want to recognize a couple other special guests. We have Senators Shannon Pinto and George Munoz. Thank you very much, Senators, for being here. Please. Additionally, Representatives Wanda Johnson and Patricia Lunsford, thank you very much. We have members of the elected city council, including Linda Garcia, Michael Schaff, and Sarah Piana. Welcome, council. I want to say a special thank you to tribal leaders, starting with Governor Randall Vicente of Acoma Pueblo, who is joined by tribal officials. Welcome, Governor. We also just heard from Governor Kakati from the Zuni Pueblo, who is here on our panel tonight, is also joined by tribal officials. Thank you for being here, Governor, and staff. Additionally, we're pleased to be joined by Navajo Nation leadership. Some of the introductions were made, but also tribal leadership. Thank you very much, leadership of Navajo Nation. The governor mentioned it. Special welcome to all New Mexico public safety professionals from all disciplines. Police, fire, public safety, telecommunicators, corrections officers, and other first responders who are well represented here tonight, and I'm grateful for you here. Thank you, public servants. Welcome to members of the Gallup McKinley County business community. Thank you very much for your willingness to come here and join us.
Yes.
Members of the cabinet, we have secretaries and deputy secretaries who lead in areas which involve public safety, corrections, healthcare authority, New Mexico Department of Health. I see Department of Homeland Security, Emergency Management in the back. Thank you very much, statewide leaders and cabinet members. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the men and women serving in the United States military, and especially to our veterans. Thank you for serving us. Last but by no means least, welcome to the citizens of New Mexico, our neighbors and community members from the Gallup and McKinley area. Your attendance demonstrates this community's commitment to public safety and the prioritization of that. We're grateful for you being here tonight. Thank you, community. Right, let's talk a little format. We can kick things off. There are incredible staff members here at the front of the auditorium, which you will see. They're standing here with us. They have intake forms that are specifically designed for this town hall. Encourage you, as you raise an issue, to fill out one of those forms if one of these staff members approaches you. And the purpose of that is so that we can follow up and connect constituency for outcome-based solutions that come out of this. This is designed to generate ideas for us. There are action items and tracking that we want to be able to do on our progress related to this jurisdiction. The goal, as I mentioned earlier, is to stimulate robust discussion and generate ideas surrounding public safety that are unique to this community. Please raise your hand if you want to ask a question, be recognized, make a statement, or suggest something. We will take every question that is in here. So there is no need to remain, don't wear your shoulders out. We will get to every single person that is here. So fear not about the timing or how, where you are in order. One of our staff members will bring a microphone over to you so that you can speak and be heard. And then our panelists and our governor will address the comments that are raised, and we'll look to please be patient, but also know that we're not going to leave here without doing those things. So, and just a statement about decorum, so that it is said, obviously applause and excitement, I think, is not only great, but it's appropriate for a community that is strong. But let's try and confine it to those positive things, and let's refrain from booing, and make sure that our decorum stays in a place where we can be productive as we go through these processes. And with all of those logistics out of the way, it is time, in a nearly packed house, and other folks will join us, for us to open the floor and see who the brave soul is that will be the first person to raise an issue for this panel in this community. So we have a hand raised in the front there.
First off, I want to say thank you very much, Governor, for coming. And this is what true leadership is. I fight all my conservative friends here all the time on your behalf. You have no reason to be here. You're not coming up for re-election. This is true leadership. This is what we should be admiring right here. Secondly, the staff deserves a hand. They've been incredible. They've been here before, and they're addressing the issues that we've all been wanting to address. And some of the reasons why I decided to run for a representative, and I congratulate my opponent, George Munoz. He's been wonderful for this community, and as well as Ms. Pinto, Patty Letchka, Wanda Johnson. Thank you all. The reason I bring them up is I work for Hojo Academy. Me and my wife had a very large school here, and a lot of the people in this audience have students and children that go there. We applied for capital outlay, and Senator George Munoz was very, very generous, and the rest of the representatives have helped us. But it disappears someplace after they sponsored us for things like perimeter fencing, to cameras, to just things that keep our students safe in that area. And I would like to try to address how can we get our students a little more safe to where we can get some of that funding for Hojo Academy. I will address it with the representatives again this year. I just hope we can do that.
So I appreciate that, and thank you for running a school, and I should know more, so please forgive my ignorance. Private school or charter for a public school system?
This is a state charter school.
Okay, perfect. So we are putting money, as you know, and it has been appropriated for cameras, for fencing, for high-tech responses and alarms to protect students primarily, but educators and administrators in these schools. I would love to be able to blame the mayor because he's so nice. Most of that money that you're having trouble identifying, and the legislators will tell you, runs through two state entities and goes directly to public schools. One is the Department of Finance, and the second is the Public Education Department. So we've got a new Secretary of Public Education. I will personally find out where all the allocations are, and to the senator, make sure that that appropriation got over the finish line. I'll also circle back with you, and we will get that money to you ASAP. If whatever in a pile of money, a lot of it's not dedicated to a school. This one might have been, Senator, I'm not sure. He says it is. That makes it easier for me. If it's dedicated for you, it can't disappear. It just means we haven't gotten it out. That's not good work by us. We can do better. We will do better. We'll get that money out because we've been very interested in making sure that our schools have the equipment, technology, and efforts that make them safer. So I'll be in touch with you first thing in the morning, and then Senator, I'll confirm that I got that done. But that's on me.
No, thank you very much. Can I have one more question? Sure. We held a town hall meeting a few months ago at Hojo Academy, but we had a student get shot. And within a 1 week period, we've had another one get a drive-by shooting and sprayed, and another one sexually assaulted. All within just a block or so from our school. My question is, we did an analysis. I talk to anybody. I have coffee where I know there's a lot of people in this room. I go out, I reach into the community, and everybody points to your court system, not the DAs, the judges. Now, this is the 11th Circuit and other things. Would you you be willing to talk to the judges or be a little tougher on crime so we don't have that little revolving door that you mentioned?
Well, it's not appropriate for me to call any of those judges directly, and this is gonna get me into trouble, because I believe in that separation. But the position I'm in today about how I'm feeling, I would love to call the judges, because I don't understand how this has gotten so off track. This was never the intention of any of the decisions by any policymaker. I don't think they're coordinating well. I don't think they're doing effective training. I don't think that they're talking to legislators about the issues that they see in their courts day in and day out. It's gotten completely upside down. I have done this. I have spoken directly to the Chief Justice of the New Mexico Supreme Court, who is responsible for the administrative training policy arm of the court system. It's sort of a special provision that allows him not to opine about a pending law, pending case, or about what we might decide on for the justice system. But he is responsible to figure out what issues need attention. And then he can confirm to the legislature, these issues need attention. I made it very clear that these issues need attention, and something that the legislature may not be aware of is that they get data all the time. In fact, I'd like them to stop asking us for data, because it's hard work, and that's their job, and they do it very well. I don't believe any data has been coming that's relevant from the administrative office of the courts in well more than a decade, and the reason that I say that with such certainty is that when we asked for data so that we could prove the points about a number of criminal justice issues we wanted addressed, and again, my ideas are only some of the ideas. We need ideas from everyone. I couldn't get it. When I was a bit more forceful, demanded it's public information, they gave my office 2 million lines of code and made us figure it out ourselves, which we did. And that's how I know about the 16,000 plus cases, and how I know that there is more than 5,000 individuals. Of the 5,000, more than half, well over 3,000 of these dangerous repeat felons that are part of this situation we find ourselves in. So that part I can do. But voters have a lot of power here. And community members, your legislators are very interested, or they would not be here, in hearing where you think the pressure points, the policy changes, the inequities are occurring. And what they expect tonight, and I do too, is that we have some clarity about where we go, including for people to take responsibility when it's not right, like I just did. If you're waiting for school safety investments from the state, and we're at the end of the first half of the year, I have done something wrong, and I must correct it. And that's what I'm hoping happens as the result of all these town halls. So you can send an email to the Chief Justice or the Administrative Office of the Courts or to any of these legislators that this doesn't seem quite right. And it doesn't. It doesn't seem quite right. And I do believe that the only way forward is to address many of these issues, primarily competency and commitment. We cannot have a revolving door of the same repeat offenders over and over and over again, 30 to 40 times a year, and they go onto our streets. And that's untenable for the state of New Mexico, at least in my view. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Bert Hartline, I'm here from the community of Gallup. First of all, I'd like to thank our chief of police and our sheriff. We have amazing police departments here. I attend the First United Methodist Church in between the two hospitals here in Gallup. And one Sunday, we had an individual walk directly into our church during service who was dealing with mental health issues, began threatening our members and We escorted him out, we called the police department, they showed up. They took him over to the hospital, who refused to commit him. So the breakdown when you're talking about someone who's not able to stand trial is, we can't get the hospital to commit them, and the sheriff department or police department can't arrest them. Once he was released from the hospital, he walked directly back over to our church. And he started throwing rocks at our members as they were leaving the church. So that is where the breakdown is. We need to have some type of accountability between the hospitals and the law enforcement to who can take responsibility for these individuals.
Because there's a revolving door and the laws have not been changed, this will shock you. I actually am going to side with the hospital here. I'm not happy with the hospitals. Ask any of them. If you look at the ERs today, to your point, revolving door. 20 minutes in, get you hydrated, they know there are issues, they go right back out. And so where we are today, and we do a lot of finger pointing. That's not what you did. This is what I'm seeing. Well, no, you really didn't. You said, I don't understand how we ask for help, the right people to provide mental health support. We do that. And then in a few minutes, I exaggerated your point a bit. They're right back. And the issue is, if you do have an arrest, and they're out in 4 hours or 6 hours after booking, there's a new sort of complacency about none of us have any power to do anything. That's the issue. The judges are saying, I don't have any power to change the law. If you're not competent to stand trial, then I can't do anything. There's no commitment process. There's nothing I can do. The hospitals are saying, you don't meet this definition. Throwing rocks at you and threatening you isn't a danger to self or others under the way in which that's been interpreted now in New Mexico for way too long. We've made it so narrow that nobody is able to get a court order to get care if you won't seek that care when in fact you need it. Police will say, and I'll use APD because they have said this to us and admit they got to do things differently. I'm not going to arrest this guy not one more time, all right? Because he's out in, I swear to God, an hour. And in fact, we learned in Albuquerque a year ago, which I corrected, that the jail wouldn't take any more people. They had room. They just said, we won't do it. We're not going to book. Nothing's going to happen. They won't stand trial. I mean, so everyone is just pointing fingers. Judges to lawmakers, and I'm making this up for the lawmakers to make it a point, to the executive, I'm mad at the feds are mad at the hospitals are mad at the mayor, I'm mad at the leadership of the sovereign nations. Well, this gets us nowhere. So we've done the research. We know what other states are doing. It's making a huge difference. We need to stop blaming each other and work together. And people who need help need the tools for help. And we cannot have competency as the reason that dangerous, I want to be really clear, this is not an 18-year-old that stole a loaf of bread for their family. These are people who are dangerous offenders, have to be accountable. They have to be either in treatment or in jail or in a correction system because they are too dangerous to be in our community without these interventions. But that's how we got here. It's a revolving door of I can't do anything. So I want to change all these laws so there are no excuses by any of us ever again, and that we also have to be committed. I'm probably talking too long. We have to be committed. We don't wait 10 years to reevaluate whether it's working. We have to be checking it all the time, constantly. This is how we got into the situation that we're in. We weren't checking what we were doing. And I do want to end with this. Honestly, I'm a tough customer. Folks know I'm really frustrated about this because people should. They're coming to our office. They're walking to our offices. They're calling me. They're emailing me. They're asking me to come to their businesses and their homes. Hospital ERs are asking me to spend the night in the ER and see what they're losing providers who are afraid for their lives in this context. If you have a a child or a grandchild you want to take to an ER in too many places you don't want to go. You certainly don't want to be there Friday to Sunday night. And so this is wrong. And I am now compelled to do everything in my power to get every piece of it fixed. But I do want you to know that and it's not fixed here, but this community has responded. Your police have listened to us. They've supported our efforts. We're doing cross-jurisdictional work together, and I want you to know that. That's not true in every community, but it has certainly been true in this one, and we should do more. But I wanted to give you that perspective. It's everyone's doing that.
Consumption, drug, alcohol, huge problem in our community. And one of the things that the city has done, when we go to pass out our sack lunches that we do once a month for the homeless, the city has provided us little cards that have the phone numbers and addresses of different treatment centers here in the community that can help get these people either the services they need or off the street or whatever it might be. And then we report it back to them where we passed out this information to. So the city is trying to step up in their way as well. But we have a huge issue here in this community with drug and alcohol. You cannot even walk out of the grocery store without a group of people standing around, drinking a bottle of vodka, smoking a crack pipe right in front of you. It's a huge issue in our community.
I agree, and I've got a question for the mayor or anybody else in the audience. When you offer that there's voluntary assistance, and there is, are people going?
Well, we have an organization called Four Corners, and my understanding is that they're doing very well with that, and it's strictly voluntary. We had, not Najoji Center, or NCI, where we pick them up if they are to a point where they are a danger to themselves, where they're intoxicated. And that facility was put in, I think, built in 1991, and it was, at that time, it was very successful. But the Four Corners is voluntary, and my understanding, they have been successful. In fact, I think they're trying to go through a bit of growth right now, trying to expand their services. But we also have a couple of other facilities that handle the behavioral health. We have an organization called Windsong down on Cole Avenue. We have an organization out on the west side called, it's in the Howard Johnson Motel. And they work with battered families and a couple of other organizations. I mean, it's an issue that Gallup has faced for as long as I can remember. And I've been a lifelong, I'm 79 years old, so it's an issue that's been in Gallup forever. And we try to address it as much as we can, and this is probably the most successful we've ever been as far as that goes.
I'm happy to hear that. We don't want to interrupt voluntary treatment services. We want to build more access points. I'm convinced that there are far too many people who might start, but then as soon as they feel a little better, get a little hydrated, walk right back out. And the data that I have indicates that far more people in this state spend 24 to 72 hours with an intervention and then are out again and right back. And this is unfair, and go back to public safety, Mr. Mayor. If the drug dealers and the folks who are giving you access to alcohol are waiting for you to walk out of that treatment center, it's very hard to protect that person who genuinely wants help. The people who are doing the dealing need to be held accountable in this state. And as you said, I was just at a park in Santa Fe, DeVargas Park. I'm looking at the legislators. And I took a bottle of alcohol right away from a bunch of people in that park and made it really clear, you can't drink in a public park in New Mexico. They were all drinking. And they were all engaged in really high suspect behaviors. We found shanks. There was a guy laying out in Santa Fe who had just been shot, got it treated, bullet removed, right back with a bunch of people who I assure you are there selling drugs. I called the police. They didn't show up in Santa Fe. So we sent the state police who have shown up and cleared it multiple times. The second we clear it, people get arrested if they're engaged in an illegal act. You can't be arrested for just being at a park. You can't be arrested, and you should not be, for having a skateboard at a park. You can't be arrested at a park if you're a panhandler. Can't. Got it. These are folks who are actively using and selling drugs. That you can and should be arrested for, but they're out. So we arrest them, but they're right back the next day, and there's usually more the next day. It's growing exponentially. So I just wanted to say, nothing we are proposing should interfere with building more voluntary inpatient and outpatient treatment services. We should have as much of that as we can get. It's like building the plane while we fly it. We want as much of that as we can get. And I think the legislature's clear that we need a sizable set of recurring investments to do just that. I don't think there's any argument by them, and I want to thank them in advance for leaning in hard in that area.
Thank you, Governor. And to the people in this room, I think you really need to open up about what we really need to target, right? Again, talk about Zuni and how we put $1 million in mental health 2 years ago and where they're at. But the numbers don't lie. And so to get to the courts, I don't mind shooting at everybody, including you. 48% of violent cases in New Mexico are dismissed. And those dismissed for lack of evidence, lack of witnesses, and 22% of the witnesses are related to the felony committer. And so, as we move forward with a crime package, we've increased felonies 7 times in the last 4 years or 5 years in 2022. So we've increased those, but the court system is not holding those up. And then we look across, and Ben's not here. I thought he was sitting here. I thought I seen his name. Oh, that was Ben Bauer, the public defender. You have to create that prosecuting stool across the board. The police have to get the evidence. They have to gather the evidence, and they have to gather it correctly. Then we have to go into the DA situation, which we're kind of in a crisis over here because our numbers are going from 6,000 cases a couple of years ago to probably going to prosecute 1,600 cases. That's a 45-50% decrease. And everybody deserves their day in court, even the criminals and the felony. And so we got to fix that whole entire system. It comes back to us as the legislature putting the laws in place, but it really comes down to the court and the DAs prosecuting the cases and holding those cases up in court. And where are we going to put them? Well, we have a lot of empty jail cells right now.
We have a ton of empty jail cells, and I'm going to argue with you a bit. That the changes that we've made over the last several years have been really micro adjustments. In New Mexico, with good time, how long do you think a defendant stays for murder in jail after convicted? Any guesses? 5 years. It's the lowest in the country. We're the last in the country to deal with felons in possession. You're not allowed to have a firearm. They have firearms. And where are they giving them? What's happening? They're giving them to our teenagers. And now we are leading the country in violent crime committed by youthful offenders. I will also submit that in my entire career, I have not seen us really try to deal with this really difficult challenge. Nobody wants to lose a young person to crime. But when you have a person, no matter what age they are, I'm going to shock everyone, that if they've committed a murder or 2 or 3, the likelihood that they can be rehabbed back into the community readily is non-existent. And you can ask any that don't, it's not me. I don't have expertise in this area, but I can read data. And I can certainly look at the other states. And we can't, in my view, look away anymore. We can't keep saying, well, we've tweaked the law. You're right. The entire system is way too fragile. But we've also invested in training and effort in criminal justice reform and salary enhancements, including for DAs and PDs. More than $1.5 billion. It's bordering on $1.75 billion for evidence gathering, for detective work, for crime lab, all of it. So I think we need a little bit tougher laws on the books and some real accountability, just as the senator said, in what we expect of the judicial system. But if they don't have a tool, if they believe, and that's their job, that the tool doesn't allow them to make a certain decision by New Mexico law, I think we have to accept that. Because what I keep hearing is from experts in policymaking, well, we've changed all these laws. Well, if it's not working, change them again. Because it's not working. And every judicial district is going to say to you, I don't have the tool that I need. And as long as they're doing that, let's give them a tool that makes it much clearer about what our expectations are. Again, dangerous, serious, repeat offenders, this system. Folks, misdemeanors, behavioral health, not a danger to themselves or others in society. We need more treatment for those folks, and housing and case management. And there's a lot of fuzzy stuff in the middle. But we shouldn't conflate the two, in my view. We need to be dealing with all of it, and we have a tendency to do just the sort of lower end, and we haven't really tackled the more complicated issues where it's been really dangerous. I'm going to give you another shocking statistic, and we keep talking about it as if it's not true, and it's just hyperbole, but it's not. Albuquerque is in the top 20 most dangerous cities in the world, and that is moving all across New Mexico. And if you look just at the murder rates, we're having exponential increases in all of our communities. That's a bridge too far for me. It's a bridge too far for my family. It's a bridge too far for the people that I serve. More than 90% of New Mexicans are begging for reforms. And so I'm hopeful that you will help me, Senator, figure out where are the balances here and how do we do all of it at once, because this is the session to do it. And I think we have some of the best legislators in the country. We just need to really knuckle down and figure it out. I'm so grateful that you're here.
Well, I'm going to ask you one favor, short responses, so we can get to all everybody. But here's the statistic. Everybody can take out their phone and Google the two most dangerous places in the United States. Albuquerque will show up, and Gallup will show up. And Gallup will show up on the FBI statistics for a completely odd reason, and that is because of detox and how we pick people up and how they're counted in that FBI system. They're not really violent criminals. They're criminals. They're picked up for self-protection tonight when the temperatures are cold and freezing, and we want to have everybody safe place to go. They're not getting beat up. And we've struggled with that over time with this provider, that provider. I mean, Santa Fe, Four Corners, Santa Fe, Recovery's in the room. They're starting that full circle in Gallup of treatment detox. And so as we move forward, I think people really need to say, tell us how your real positions are. I mean, we can toughen any law you want, but if the cops don't enforce it, and the judges don't enforce it, and the DAs don't prosecute, then we're in the same boat we are today, and that accountability has to happen. And we have a magistrate judge who sued the DA, who now, how does that work out when we have 3 judges and we can't get court cases and we're backed up? And so, those things have to quit. And you and I and the executive and the legislative branch are all going to have to come together and say, okay, let's get in this room and let's have this and let's really figure out what's going to work, because nobody wants to get accosted when they go to the grocery store. Nobody wants to have that interruption at church, right? And how do we resolve that? That's a tough issue. Criminal competency is the hardest issue to deal with in any spectrum of this conversation.
I have to disagree with you. It's been changed in 48 states. It can't be that hard if 48 states have gotten there. Why is it hard here? I'm just unclear. So I'm going to need you to help me with that, about why it's such a heavy lift. Because it wasn't a heavy lift in both Republican and Democratic states all across the country. Just here. And I've been working on this. It took me 16 years to get the legislature to do commitments for people who need outpatient assisted treatment. What does that really mean? Somebody who's a schizophrenic, as an example, who's dangerous to self and others, who needs medication assisted treatment. It took us 16 years And when we did that, finally passed AOT, it has no court order. So when someone voluntarily goes, so today, after another decade has passed, how many people do we serve in the state of New Mexico that stay in the program annually? Less than 40. Doesn't work. Every other state, if you don't go, there's a court order that says you have to stay in the program. If you don't stay in the program, now you're in contempt of court. There has to be a tool because people can't do it themselves. So I would just submit 48 states.
Okay. Governor, thank you for coming this evening, and all your cabinet people, particularly the Department of Health. I don't see anyone from education. You're here? And my name is Larry Foster. Been living here in Gallup since 1980. We pay taxes here, we vote here. We're part of this community. And a lot of indigenous people live here. In fact, this is indigenous land. And people, I think a lot of the questions here is geared towards indigenous population. But what I wanted to present here is the problems that we have from education, from the McKinney County school system, to the problems in the streets that people are talking about, mental health issues, depression, lack of mental health facilities, lack of leadership. But one area that really concerns, I think, a lot of the families that I've been involved with is the missing and murdered women and indigenous people. We did have as you know, we did have a task force at one time, but that was dissolved.
No, we have one.
At one time, I said, we had that dissolved.
No, it didn't.
No,
It changed. I want to be
yeah,
clear. It did not dissolve. New members. So we've always had a task force. The original members are no longer on the task force. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, good. I think the word needs to get out there, maybe in Albuquerque Journal or Gallup Independent, because a lot of the people still don't know. There's a lot of complaints. In fact, there is 635 indigenous people that are missing. And from that, 43% are female. You know, that says something about superiority among men or others with weapons. And as people are saying here, there's a good flow of fentanyl here in McKinney County. We know that, we see that, I see that every day. Young people are pumping their backpacks in the streets. They're getting younger. So that's, I want to bring that up to you so that you would know, particularly the educational system here in McKinney County. Thank you.
Mr. Foster, thank you. You're right. I would say that drug trafficking and human trafficking, and it's far too easy for bad actors to be predators in remote areas that are largely where tribal members and sovereign nations are managing any number of really complicated issues without the federal government and far too often even the state needing either trust responsibility or investment strategies.
The other area is that Yazzie Martinez case. I was reading the Albuquerque Journal today. It's going. People are concerned. The judges are saying take it to a lawsuit. I don't think it needs to go that direction. It needs to stay on track. And the leadership in the tribes, in the city, the McKinney County school system, they need to come together and work on this. It's been what, over 10 years now? So that's another issue that concerns our population.
Mr. Foster, I'm going to have to recruit you into state government. So, quick update. So the Literacy Institute, I want to thank the legislators, that the largest increase in literacy outcomes was for tribal students across the state. So I'm very proud of that. It's not enough. But we have a proposal, and we've got many architects here in the room right now, including Council Delegate, where we've got a proposal for the legislature to ask for $50 million that would be available to students and their families through sovereign nations. Doesn't go to a school. And it doesn't stay at the sovereign nation. It goes to the family to pay for mentoring, tutoring, transportation, specialized services, navigators, coaches, ombudsman, whatever, for their special education. We need those services readily available, and if you pay for them, if a family has $5,000, you can get those services wherever you are. So I'm very excited about that prospect. It's be the only one of its kind in the country, and I would say that schools that have largely Native American student populations, like the Pewaukee school system at Pewaukee, but as everyone knows, just north of Santa Fe, they had a 27% increase in achievement outcomes by using these strategies provided by the legislature in the state. I want every school, and McKinley's been an interesting problem, and that's another area to talk to policymakers. The state has very little control. I actually think that's good. School boards, superintendents, principals have a lot of power here, and I think there ought to be some accountability there, too. So maybe I can get your phone number and you can educate me some more so that I can do some more work in this area. I'd like to do that. It's important to me.
My name is Doris Benali. I'm from Tohatchee, New Mexico. Governor, thank you for coming back. You came through Tohatchee one time and you had Navajo tacos, I believe, sponsored by the Pinto family. Sovereignty. Please, the majority of us Navajos here at this meeting have lost our sovereignty. It's been chipped away by our Navajo Nation in Winter Rock, and it's still going on. DWI, we do have a lot of DWIs on our Navajo reservation because they exit Gallup in all four directions. We have a Speedway liquor outlet that constantly let our Navajos pack it in. There's no sales limit by these establishments. I say this because years ago I traveled to New York. I stopped in Arkansas and I wanted to get me a 6-pack, and on the window it said 4 bottles allowed. I went inside and I said, 4 bottles? I'm Navajo. I have to have a 12-pack. I said, we drink like fish. But anyway, on I-40, we have trucks coming in from Phoenix to Flagstaff, the same way from El Paso to Albuquerque on I-40. They get into Gallup. They love exiting to our reservation because they know our Navajo police don't have roadblocks for that. And we're infested with drugs on the reservation, big time. Please, I always tell people at these meetings, visitors that come to Gallup, please do not call Gallup the Patriot City of the USA. We are not. I have relatives that drink and they joke and say it should be called Drunken Town of the USA. It's sad, but it's true. NCI, I've helped there a few times to help our relatives. Today, I helped donating my time at the soup kitchen and the shelter here in Gallup at St. Joseph. I'm probably the only Navajo that shows up there helping our relatives, the homeless, the alcoholics. It'd be nice if somebody would come over and help dish out, you know, some food and feed them. It's sad. It's a disease. The last time we had a meeting like this was when Suzanne Martinez came, and the same people sat here. The chief of police for the state police, our Navajo Nation captain, our sheriff. Now we have a new batch. Help us. The liquor establishments need to lower their sales of liquor. And please, I beg you, Governor, stop sending our funding to the Navajo Nation. We don't see it back on a reservation, especially in behavioral health, social services. Please. Thank you, all of you, and thank you for all of you being here. Thank you for your comments. I'll make you a deal. I'll come out to St. Joseph's for a couple of days. Maybe at the front end of the session, I'll help you. Well, I can't come tomorrow. I got to drive back to Albuquerque, but, you know, good one. You're tough. And I appreciate that. And you speak from the heart. There's a lot of work to do in this community. A lot of good people trying to do better. The Navajo Nation's complicated. I'm not in a position to change that whole operation, but there might be some interesting avenues for McKinley County and the city. And your points are well taken. We'll work harder to find some better solutions. We have done some pretty sizable investments for public safety on the Navajo Nation, and clearly it's not getting where it needs to go. I will tell you that we ought to, as a state, also demand more. I haven't been successful, and I want you to know that. I've asked the feds for more than just these 6 years to give me more federal agents and officers repeatedly. And we need at least, this is not gonna sound like a lot, but we need at least 25. I would take far more. But it's really time the federal government, because they have the kind of jurisdiction that the rest of us individually don't have. And I'm worried about the issues that you have described, and I think the legislature heard you about, we gotta figure out some of these access issues that aren't punitive, that don't limit people's personal choices, but don't exacerbate diseases and other issues. Thank you for your time. I'm gonna come over and see you, but not tomorrow.
Hello, Governor, people present here. My name is Patty Moe. I'm the director of the public libraries here in Gallup. I sit on the I sit on the board of the New Mexico Social Justice and Equity Institute with Mr. Foster over here. I partner with our city's behavioral health program. We really strive to uplift this community, to provide resources that they don't have. And the root problem of all of this really is poverty, and I haven't heard that being and I really want to know how we can come together to strengthen our community as opposed to the punitive measures that we're talking about. It's very heavy on law enforcement and punishment. So it's where is the positivity coming, and how do we work together to like make this a better place? I think that we're missing the point. And I wanted to just kind of point out the fact that, is there anybody here that is shelterless, that is like living on the streets? Where are their representation in this room tonight? Like, we really need to know. I speak to people who are on the street daily, and they are facing things that we don't understand because we're not living on the streets. So we can assume that we know where the problems are coming from, but is it truly that the root of the problem? Because if you don't address the root of the problem, then it's just going to be Band-Aid after Band-Aid after Band-Aid. So
I really appreciate that. So, but for perspective, I talk to people on the street every day, every single day, all across the state. And I have a family member who's on the street. I'm clear. New Mexico went from 50th to what in childhood poverty? Does anybody here know? 17th. All right, and why is that? Free childcare, which is almost universal. Free pre-K, which is leading the nation. I'm not saying any of this is enough, but I want to point out that There's been a lot of work because it's required. Moonshot, including salary support, case management, K through 12, a brand new Science of Reading, Literacy Institute. We tutored 10,000 kiddos. Free college, $225 million last year for housing. We've renovated how many rooms, including right here in this community with case managers, having some trouble making those work, quite frankly, because again, some of the guardrails. I've been to California, Washington, D.C., New York, Oregon, Washington, Florida, Colorado, Oklahoma, Kansas, I'm missing some, Pennsylvania, looking at and meeting with all of the folks who run shelters, housing, navigation centers, treatment centers, and in fact, some of the guardrails that I'm proposing, many of the larger shelters in the state are supportive of because they're having their own sets of issues. Now, with that said, it's not enough. And the prevention that we need, and here are some areas where the state doesn't do enough. We need to be more focused in preventing veterans who go into the hospital for an acute episode and just get released. Why aren't we putting them in housing, support, case management, and doing direct investments? People who come out of corrections, these sort of so-called halfway houses, you get out with $25. Crazy. Who can make it? You can't make it. We are exacerbating that situation. We're clear. Hospital discharges, long-term care discharges, the guardianship system, the conservatorship system, the guardian ad litem, and we were in such a deep hole being 48th, 49th, 50th in poverty that even when you shoot up using supplemental data income, which was widely dispersed around the country, I don't think quite believed, but widely dispersed, when you're 5 miles underground because we canceled all of our behavioral health, 6 years ago, actually 8 years ago. We didn't invest in salaries, case managers, social workers, housing, family supports, and we are in a really tough spot. And I want to make sure that I'm saying that correctly. What you say is accurate. Poverty is the root cause. But while we address poverty, and we are doing that in probably the most robust way in the country per capita, I do believe, and I don't want to divert that. You're right. This is a public safety intersection issue. We are presenting that, and I want to make sure that I am agreeing with you that that's one side of the equation. I want to get to the people who are desperate for assistance, moms, domestic violence victims, kiddos who are not with their families, who are struggling to stay in school. We can do a better job. I submit this to you with the community. I'd love to work with you.
Yeah.
It's hard for us to find these folks. And we are in a variety of encampments. And as you know, there's someone in charge there. And the states who were successful have figured out a way to navigate with the people in charge, sort of the mayors, if you will. And if we don't fix these issues, they will prevent us from getting to the people who are desperately seeking help. Last thing, my case management team is completely focused, and I will tell you, our constituent services have done great work statewide, taking folks, and my favorite case is a woman in Espanola living in a car with her 11-year-old son that rejected help from us for months, and we didn't give up. We did what you do. You don't ever give up. You stay the course. You provide respect, empathy, compassion. You don't judge. You're clear that the trauma and the circumstances that led to whatever that is are significant. We did the same using evidence-based, trauma-informed strategies. And today my mom and 11-year-old kid are in housing, she's working, he's in school, and I don't need that to be a one-off. I need that to be the example for everywhere. So I just wanted to provide respect to what you said, but I really am trying to focus on the other side of it because we've done all these investments and we're losing sight of, we haven't quite kept up on the risk side, and we can do much more on the prevention side.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's just very clear because New Mexico's poverty rate is 58% higher than any other state in the country. So it's not trickling down. And as many of you in here know, affordable housing we do not have here. And this social safety net, we do not have that here. We do not have healthcare providers that can provide these things. So no matter what, if you're in this region, you're dealing with a huge problem that haven't been able to successfully address. So
Can I have our Secretary of Health connect with you? Because if you call us, again, I have 130 plus 140 beds right now. But people don't volunteer to go.
right.
And so it's really tough. Now, we've also invested, and I'm going to pick on the senator again. He's never going to invite me back to his community. It took me a couple of years, but thank you, Senator. That Rural Healthcare Delivery Fund is gangbusters, and we're putting money into behavioral health and critical care, right, community behavioral health centers. We also got incredible Medicaid waivers that allow us to put a ton of money into hospitals, into community behavioral health, into primary care, into clinical services. We are paying for the losses because it's tough to create a practice, and we're holding the MCOs accountable for the first time in a long damn time because they're not doing their parts. They're just sucking money out of the state and sending it somewhere else. And so we'd like to work with you because there are resources. I will tell you, we've had a 75% plus increase in behavioral health providers. But great, they're all in Albuquerque or Santa Fe. They're not in the places where we need them, and part of that is going to change. We got to change malpractice. We have to change some other stuff. I have some ideas about that. I can't get people to come. You can't get people to come. There's a better mousetrap there. But we do have to do and I don't want to candy coat it. My opinion is, and it's just an opinion, your opinions matter. And they're listening to you. I'd like us to address all of it, not just nibble at the corners of it, because I don't think that's working for New Mexico. So thank you for your straightforward comments. They're appreciated and they're welcome here.
Just a quick announcement before we go to the next question. We have about a dozen kids in childcare, and I just wanted to announce that in about a half an hour at 7:30, the childcare will close. We'll try and prioritize folks who have kiddos in childcare so that they can get their questions before that service closes. Thank you.
Good evening, Yat A. Shidana. Shay Noreen Kelly in the Shina. Put it eating in the Shina, but I'm the precious cheese. Aquadona Shah. Sataka, Mas, Walia, east of here. And thank you, our sister, the governor, for being here. I appreciate you coming here to hear the real story out here. And then also I want to thank our Senator Munoz for sharing his itinerary with us. And I will look forward to changes this legislative session. We want to hear some positive things coming out of it. And we talk about how we're going to be looking at things up here when we have not touched anything as far as child development, child care. These are people that are growing up to be the people that we're concerned about or want to move away from. How do we take care of this? Our legislators, when we come to your office, do not tell us not to lobby you, okay? Do not flip out your flip phones just because we're coming towards you. I sound angry because I have no reason to have this going on. We have streets, roads out of Gallup that are dotted with gas stations. We used to have gas in those places. To get our fuel, we don't have to come to Gallup. Not anymore. We have liquor stores, and then we turn around and talk about these people that have problems because they've developed brain damage from that. Bodily functions do not function at their level. We have a treatment center, Four Corners Detox. I burned out on that. and I left. People coming in, detox, and they walk away. Yes, there's no way to stop them, it's their choice. But some choose. In my case file, I had 4 young men that graduated with 30 days and Santa Fe took them. They went 120 days, they got jobs. With the support from people that cared, that's what happens to the ones that are here throwing rocks at us. We have to care in order for these things to happen. I'm also a member of the New Mexico Behavioral Health Planning Council. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's where we go. And our son here, Seth Damon, is doing a wonderful job.
Yes, he is.
We love what happened to transition. And I was angry for the people that said, that no good person, this one's doing that, I want to be around. No, we can't avoid that. It's in our community. I had a drink and passed out when I was 3 years old. That was my last drink. It's scary what happens to your brain. Imagine how many kids are like me at that time. Because somebody left their drink out and they tasted it and they keep going back and forth. And we have young children that are, their paths are going in that direction because their body demands it. So that's where we need to think, everybody. You guys that went around and solicited votes to change the world. Do it. Thank you.
Good evening, Governor. Thank you for being here and taking time out of your busy schedule. I know it's not easy to face a crowd like this when you're faced with so much opposition. My name is Carlos Suarez, and I represent Church on the Street, one of the churches here. But aside from our congregation, we have a discipleship program. We are different in the fact where we take people that are ready to change. The house that we have right now is just a mobile home. It's a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, and we currently have 10 men in our home. When they come to us and they need, we test them immediately. And if they need to be detoxed, we do send them to 4 quarters. Unfortunately, that's a 30-day program. When they come into our program, it's a minimum of 1 year. One reason being is I did some research as far as how the brain operates under any kind of addiction. It takes a full year before the brain begins to start to recover. Under our program, the men are supervised, and we help them get their jobs, a job back. We help them get their license. We help them truly disciple them to when they make money, how to put that aside, and how to get reinvested into the community. And a lot of people have said this tonight, it's when you care for the person. I've heard a lot of titles here, but I think the title it doesn't hold much weight if there's no accountability. I believe with the legislation and the leaders, the big problem that I see is no different than within the church. When people begin to compromise and they stop caring and they look out for themselves and how much they can pat their wallet. There is a question. I'm just trying to set the premise. I believe when the biggest thing that we need to do is unification. And I love the fact that everybody's gathering here for that one purpose. And that's what we do in church, is when we agree together for one purpose, then we can move mountains, then we can move the hand of God. With that being said, with our program, we're always looking for funding. And we're constantly riding that line of being in the red, being in the black, because there is no funding. We have to operate for our congregation to help with the funding.
there's also no places for ours to increase or to grow. We had to shut down our women's program for that reason. We could not afford a second home. So currently we have a men's home, which, like I said, we're renting from a mobile home at this point. But when we truly invest in these people, we let them know that there is someone out there that does care. There is success stories. We have people there that have been there for 3 years, 5 years, and they're growing. They're now become leaders and helping others grow. And this is part of what we're doing and what we'd love to see. But my question to you is, how could we possibly get more funding to continue down this path and possibly grow into a men's and a women's? I believe the 30-day, when you throw this in, and I don't agree with medications. I truly believe if you invest in people, show them that you care about them, and you're there for them, it really is successful.
Well, I don't know, is it pastor? Okay, thank you. Actually, I agree with you that the evidence that I've read and the programs I've visited will tell you that it's a 1 to 3 year investment for people's recovery to a place where the stability factors outweigh the instability issues. In a 45-day to a 90-day commitment, you can create enough clarity that the judges know what to do, the providers have a path, and many folks can begin to make decisions to connect with the long-standing program. So that's kind of our vision, but I just wanted to say for the crowd here, all the evidence that I've seen suggests exactly what you've stated. It's a very long process. And the brain changes with the kind of drugs and behavioral health and trauma issues that we are all now as humans facing are very complex. And the 30-day programs were created by insurance companies, and they're not really born in evidence. So I just wanted to, because I want folks to hear this is the same information that I'm seeing, and it does appear to be working. First, some bad news. You know, the state has some significant prohibitions about how we invest in nonprofits. It has nothing to do with religious organizations at all, and it shouldn't. But there are ways that we do that with local bodies of government, and I would ask a favor of you. I'm very interested in your programs. We can sometimes bristle at a mobile unit. We like a little more stability, but that's kind of a judgment issue, and as long as it meets our fire code and related issues for people's safety, doesn't matter what we think. All right, we want you to succeed. I will send someone from the Department of Health and someone from Medicaid. Mayor, would you assign someone from the city, and we'll work with the county, and let us see what we can cobble together. I asked for, again, because you can see that I can be combative, particularly with people I respect, who I know will tell me the truth and will, have a dialogue. It should be a dialogue. It should be robust. We shouldn't be afraid to say what we think. And I want people to be really clear that particularly the legislators here, we have a long-standing relationship where we tell each other what we think and the truth. And that, it's a good relationship, and I'm lucky to have that. Most governors don't have that. I think we could probably do something. I asked for $20 million. I got it. We're just beginning to figure out how to spend it. I told you I visited all those states. I've got some people that are ready to come to New Mexico and be hired. And we've got some proposals. A lot of it's assessing what the hey we've got going on. Would you let me come out with my team? If I can't come myself, would you let a team come out, and their job will be to figure out what could we do together? Does that work? Done. All right, done.
Good evening. Thank you, Governor, for coming to our little town of Gallup. My name is Emily Ellison. I'm employed with the Domestic Violence Service Provider in the area of Battered Home Services. We need a domestic violence shelter. We don't have a shelter. We've been working out of a hotel, which has brought security concerns and issues for us. I've submitted capital outlay probably for the last 5 years. And we've got some concepts, we've got some partners with foundations, and we've got some local partners, our legislators can help us out. We're gonna have a new office here in a month or so. So, they're all welcome to come visit us. And should house most of our programs. We haven't really spoken about the preventative services that we do provide. We do have a HUD grant, and so we're able to put DV survivors into housing directly. But one of the things that we developed or understood really quickly was the market rate for HUD is about $7-8 lower than the market rate here, and that's just a lack of housing. We also teach classes in the jail. It's been pretty productive. What would be helpful from the state's perspective would be if we can bill out crimes not just related to assault, battery on household members, but also anything related to alcohol. That would increase the outreach that we have with the grouping, and a lot of the crimes that are related with domestic violence are 99% alcohol involved. And so in this community, you know, there's of course historical history to that. Genetically, we're not, you know, connected to alcohol as most European descendants are. So, you know, we just gotta be mindful of that kind of information. We have a batteries intervention program, and so anybody that's charged with some sort of DV issue goes through our 52-week program. So we've been having issues with them completing the 52 weeks, which is a year, once the parole probation officers see them fit, committing their whatever sentences the judges do, and sometimes it'll be 6 months, and they've only been to 3 months worth of bit classes, and then they're gone. And so this program, I think, is pretty helpful. It's had some pretty positive responses to a lot of these individuals, and they're all traumatized, whether it's in childhood or in adulthood. So that's part of the healing aspect of it. But we really do need a domestic violence shelter. It would be appreciated. We have $1 million from Senator Lujan's office so far. We've applied with the tribe. Not sure where that's at. We'll continue to ask for capital outlay, and you know, want to thank our partners for working with us.
We've been increasing funding, and it's clearly not enough. I'm very interested in making sure that we have enough capital to do this, and I can't see where you went, but I've got a question that maybe you could answer separately. I'm in a weird spot, you're in a weird spot, you poor thing. Let me see, I'm gonna do this, because we need, is it on? Hello, yes. We need a ton more stuff, no question. I bet we can get that built. I have a favor to ask you in terms of your expertise, and we can do it separately. But when we were trying to do domestic violence shelters in this county, and in a lot of areas, what was explained to me, and I think it's still valid, is that part of the problem when we're protecting victims, families, that has to be in a location where people can't find you so readily during that transition. Is that something that you think is still an issue or pretty resolved? We've got locations, shovel ready. HUD is a problem. We want that money, we want all the federal money, but it's so limited. We would rather, at least I would, and I get, they give me my own capital, thank you. So I can make a pretty hefty commitment to get that over the finish line. Do we have a place shovel ready to go, that's gonna be safe and meaningful once we get built? Yeah, okay.
Well, from my perspective, and I've been in this field for about 5 years now, the question is what kind of community do we want? Do we want a community where the perpetrators and the abusers roam free? Or do we want a community where victims are put in a location that's obvious to the entire community, and the abusers or perpetrators know that their survivors, their victims are safe and they can't reach them. So I think it's a message. So I don't think we need to have hidden shelters.
Okay. I appreciate that response, because I get mixed suggestions from evidence-based leaders around the state, and I don't decide the models. If you're running a good model, right, if you've got the support of your community, it doesn't matter what I think. I work for you, not the reverse. I was just curious about that because we were, before you were mayor, we were doing some investments for domestic violence in this area, and particularly actually the Pueblo of Zuni at one point. and there was some difficult conversations that were productive, not angry, about what was the right path. So I just wanted to know, I really appreciate your leadership and expertise. You make sure that Jesse's got your phone number. I will call you, and let's put together a plan. Yeah?
Gallup is really unique in that a lot of Navajos in particular come here for safety and shelter.
Okay.
So we've literally relocated people from Tlahuacoy, from Ganado, that's Arizona, to Gallup. And it's because of the lack of support and safety they have on the Navajo Nation. I think, you know, they've got to develop it as leaders. But Gallup does pretty good for what we're getting, so just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your advocacy. That was helpful to me.
Everyone. Governor, welcome to McKinley County, City of Gallup. Last time I saw you was in Pinedale chapter.
I remember.
Good to see you. I want to express some issues regarding, I'd like to ask the people to, let's take you out to the county. Okay, we've been discussing Gallup issues all along. I want to take you out to Pinedale. But along the way, I would ask you to be cautious about the potholes. Don't start counting them. Don't start counting them. This is one thing that really bothers me. Law enforcement, we live out there in the country. Halfway to Gallup and Crown Point. That's where Pinedale is. So, when I live right off the highway. So I'm a 24-hour person. Where people come knocking on my door about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, can you call the cop for us, please? And kindly Rachel Martin does it. Recently I called the state police. They said maybe the state police would come faster than Navajo police. So we did, and I called the dispatcher. And surprisingly, she started asking me questions. Where's Pinedale? And I said, where's this call? Where you at? He said, we're located in Albuquerque. Albuquerque? I said, I just come to, okay, can you send somebody to help my people here? That's one concern. The other one is the time that the law enforcement appears in Pinedale or other communities, east, south, north, and west, is based on, I see what I see is this. The road conditions in the McKinley County. We have so many jurisdictions of who takes care of this, who takes care of this. So when you go to past Fire Rock up the road, there's a turn up to north where the Church Rock Mine used to be. Thank you, Governor, for your Department of Transportation for replacing that bridge right there. And then the other one, 5 miles north. We appreciate it. I just hadn't sidewalk. So we want to make sure that Pinedale gets some type of assistance because I know we gave the right of way to McKinley County Roads Department when I was the president at the Chapter House. And guess what? Today we haven't seen our county commissioner at the Chapter House. When I was a cop, 15 years in Navajo police uniform, my main thing was public relations. I used to go to chapter meetings telling them this is what is happening, this is how it is, and this is where the cross-stabilization comes in and how it applies. That was me. Right now, I'm pushing 80. So I'm proud of it. So police officers, captains, commanders, thank you so much, including the ambulance drivers, thank them so much, and the bus drivers, thank them so much, of all people, UPS as well.
I think you all might have met the next governor of the state of New Mexico. And he's been bossing me around for 40 years. And I appreciate it. I've got a quick question. You don't have to stand, sir. Did the state police show up?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and I don't mean that to be angry. I mean, I hope I'm taking responsibility productively for the things that people have pointed out that we could do better at. because we need to do better. Everyone in the room needs to do better. That's me too. So I appreciate that. The dispatch is in Albuquerque, and there are good reasons for that, but it can feel disconcerting when you're far away about whether or not people can get there in time. We don't have the kind of statewide coverage we desire. We're still after, come on, Chief, and he's doing a good job. I want 500 more officers. We have the largest classes we've seen in more than a decade. So we're getting there, but it's slow. So thank you. I will send DOT, poor mayor, and the county's I'm gonna drive them to drink. We'll go out there and look at those roads. I'm gonna ask the local legislators, let's prioritize getting some of those local roads. It is an antiquated system where we have a maintenance agreement that some folks can do and some folks can't do, and then the state gets in trouble when we go out and do it for them. We just need to fix the damn roads. So it does me no good to replace your bridges, which, by the way, the U.S. government sent here after the Vietnam War, when they were no longer safe in Vietnam, to the Navajo Nation. And if that doesn't make your blood boil, I don't know what does. And the state ought to replace every one of those damn bridges. Anyway, I'm mad about that. So I'll get out there for those roads, because I'm afraid that you'll come to the next town hall and remind me, as you should.
Just call Pinedale chapter. In closing, Governor, in our Navajo sense, traditionally, may you walk in beauty with all your staff and the beautiful people of the United States and the great state of New Mexico. In contributing officers, those that wear badges, including Fire Rock Security, my message to you, my message to them is simply, you people that wear badges, you walk with authority. For those old folks, we walk with aim. Happy holidays.
I'm from a local insurance company, and our biggest concern in life insurance is I-40. We have so many truck drivers that unintentionally or unintentionally hurt our drivers that are using that. I know there was an initiative a couple years ago that took our state police into different departments, leaving McKinley County Sheriff to cover our freeway. Is that still going on? Because we don't see the state police at all in our area.
All right, we've had many agreements where we shift resources, but we should not be absent from I-40. So I'm going to have the chief talk about that, because we want to be on the major highways. And this is not only traffic safety, which is when our crime is at the lowest, is literally when we are redoing I-40 and I-25. And so we have police on where we're doing traffic detours, and we're stopping you to make sure that you slow down enough because you're not on a freeway. And you'd be surprised what occurs. And when we don't do that, crime moves in cars, vehicles. The more that we do, the more that we're patrolling, the more that we're dealing with traffic, the safer we will all be. So you are, at least in the evidence that I read and look at and learn, you are spot on. I also might want Senator Munoz to talk about his traffic management and truck detours, not detours, but that we would adjust the lanes and who can do what. And I applaud that he's been working on that. I think it might be time for us to try to figure out a way to make that a priority of the entire body. It's an issue here. It's terrifying to drive on I-40 from Arizona to Albuquerque, and then you get a little relief, and then all the way to Oklahoma. It's just not right. So I'd love to revisit that. But Chief, you want to talk about making sure we're present on I-40 in this area?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Governor. So, and it kind of goes back a little bit to the previous question. So there has been some shifting in responsibilities as it relates to I-40, and some of that came when the dispatch center moved to Albuquerque. I won't get into all the ins and outs of 911 dispatch and where that phone call goes, but as a result of that, more calls, a lot of the I-40 calls started going to the sheriff's office first instead of state police. And so that has led to fewer of something that we've been in discussion with the sheriff's office, trying to figure out how to work on some of that so that we can take some of that burden away from the sheriff's office. But either way, I mean, state police, I'm sorry if you've not been seeing the presence that we hopefully that you would be. This district does work the interstate quite a bit, the port of entry. Senator Munoz did have his new, he sponsored a statue here this last year. I know it's a huge issue on I-40, and I'm sure Senator Munoz will be happy to tell you all about it. But, you know, CMV's traveling in the left lane when they're not passing, right? It backs up traffic forever. It's a huge issue, especially between here in Grants, or from Grants to the state line in particular. And so that has been a focus of ours since that new statute came out. But going forward, we do have some additional officers graduating here in 3 weeks. A couple of them are coming out to the district here, which will help in that staffing, but it's something that we're going to continue to work on going forward. And another item that I will bring up, because I think it needs to come up in this session, is for traffic safety in general, and not just on I-40. You know, we had, I think, an inadvertent statute changed as part of a larger change a couple of years ago, and it went into effect this year. And I want to ask anybody to raise their hands if they got a ticket in the last year. But if you got a speeding ticket since July 1st, it's now drastically cheaper than it was before that. Obviously, we want responsible driving, but there needs to be a little bit of a penalty that comes along with that. Otherwise, you know, we're not going to get the results that we want. So that's something that we're hoping to deal with in this upcoming session, is to get some of that fixed and help with that traffic safety. But yes, we're out there. I wish we were out there more. We'll keep working on it. Thank you, ma'am.
I want you to, can you provide to the community by tomorrow, Chief, how many citations for traffic with the change in the statute? And then I'd like to work on the relief route issues and get some more expertise from the legislature. The entire body has been looking at that for this area and this community in particular. We're going to need both. And again, I think that's where we got out of whack. We worry about poverty and poor people, and we don't want to incarcerate you because you can't pay a fine. We don't want to take your car away if you're driving your kids to school. On the other hand, this is a state that is beginning to see some really high-risk behaviors. We have more hit and runs, a lot more. If I had a nickel for every time somebody in a car or a motorcycle passed, cars less so, but motorcycles between two vehicles on I-25 going more than 100 miles an hour, I'd be a wealthy woman. This is wrong. And there's a set of attitudes that I do think is born in just, there's a lot going on and a lot of confusion and a lot of oppression and a lot of anxiety, but we have to have guardrails and accountability, because if no one is accountable, no one is accountable. And we're seeing it in trash and litter and speeding and noise and a kind of a disregard for your neighbor and fellow person and citizen. And people are walking into stores and just taking everything off the shelves and everything is locked up. There has to be some accountability while we lean in hard. You don't punish people for their circumstances. But I really do believe you need both. I've never seen things so high risk in this state in my entire life. And it's time we just call it out and do everything we can to smart, evidence-based, balanced approaches. And let's get some more officers here, Chief. Done.
And I also have a second part. I'm the event coordinator for the Shop with Our Heroes, which is actually Shop with a Cop. Our office saw a lot going on with our community, so we stepped in, and that's a huge event. So I see a lot of police officers here. I see a lot of upper people, and I expect your officers to be at our event. And the information is already out there. We have to have it. We're also looking for children, because we try to bridge that gap of children being traumatized by events outside of their control. So we bridge that gap, and it's not just domestic violence kids. For example, there was was a kid that was traumatized by a dog, and the first people that showed up was a fire department. Any sirens, that person goes into anxiety shock. So it's just not that. But I feel like our community is always complaining about stuff and nobody really does anything. And so our office not only sets up the Shop with Our Heroes, we have a huge mush ball tournament for all first responders. And some years we have 200, some years we have 600. We cook for our inspection for the Gallup Police Department every year. We cook for the ceremonial for all the first responders. We do quite a bit. There is places for everybody to help. Whatever your passion is for the shelters, whatever your passion is, everywhere, anywhere. And whenever I research our unhoused people, the main component that people or that communities drive down is participation. Participation by the government, participation by cities, by police, churches, organizations, and individuals. It is not their problem, it is our problem. It's not going to go away in an instant without pointing your fingers until those fingers get dirty with our work. It has to be all of us. Just as you guys are sitting here, you guys could go and go help. It's really easy to do. So, once again, I'm closing that, I'm off my soapbox, but I hope I see a lot of officers, because right now we have over 100 kids on our list of Shop with Our Heroes. So thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Hannah.
Hello, good evening. My name is Chupa. I do stand-up comedy as a relief, and that's kind of I see you smiling, so it already works. I tricked you. So anywho, two parts of this. Number one, the gentleman that just spoke of the potholes. A lot of people be like, why potholes? Why are there's so much more going on the reservation? Why are you worried about a pothole? Well, okay, Governor, you touched a little bit of a button when you said these NCOs were making them accountable. I happen to have worked with 2 NCOs, and I'm currently working with one of the 2 as a former care coordinator and currently as a representative. So as a care coordinator, I took care of an area on the reservation which was a remote, very rural area, which was about 76 miles to get to do my caseload of 67 people. All of which had no running water, no electricity. They had no cell service. I didn't have cell service when I was out in the area to be able to even do my job. So when I went out there, I did everything on hard copy. Spoke to all the individuals, the elders, the individuals with disabilities, families, whomever I had on my caseload, to make sure that I assisted them and made sure that they were proactive in their medical care, their health care, their follow-up, their medication, all of that. And then also reaching out and making referrals to resources and such. This is on the reservation. So I took a little bit of a when you said the MCOs, but I get what you're saying. But I also want to share that part of this, the story, because when you press and you guys add to, I always say as a service coordinator and a case manager representative, not a case manager because I don't have my social work degree. I do have my BS in social work.
Get your social work degree, we need you.
I'm 53.
That's all right, I'm 65, let's do this.
I know, okay, we'll get our masters, okay? Because I would like to be able to create nonprofit organizations. You need the credentials to do those grant
We'll pay
proposals.
for your school.
Okay, thank you. Oh, y'all heard that.
Okay. I can't do it in opportunity scholarships, that's a bachelor, but I have a way through.
Okay.
We'll pay, if you go to school to get your social work certification, we'll make sure that gets paid for by the state.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm waiting for here's the accountability as a parent for her safety is I've got a teenage daughter that's about to graduate in May, and for her safety, I refuse to do anything outside of my parenting and my dual responsibilities. Once that's done and she's graduated in May, I will do that.
Done, I'll find you.
Thank you. So back to the story of so that's what the NCO, I just ask that you give room to think of the story of what care coordinators are actually doing. We're dealing with barriers, we're dealing with resources that we're trying to connect. And for example, the pothole. There's a health facility with the first one I've ever seen on the reservation where there's an emergency ambulance service right next to the senior center on the reservation, but they have to travel that pothole with, that road with about 25 potholes. That delays the emergency system right there. You can't go very fast in an ambulance when you're dodging potholes, you know? So that's kind of the reality that we deal with. Now, the other kind of a solution to the missing, murdered, and indigenous individuals. I went to recently a conference over in Shiprock, and one of the things that I talked to one of the investigators on Navajo Nation, and they had said they did, because I was going around, you know, telling what the benefits are as far as an MCO, and I had mentioned, you know, these are some of the benefits that we had when you do have an individual that might have survived. They could use these benefits to help them seek out the resources, hopefully this and that. And then I said, how does that go? How do you not able, what if they had food stamps? Can't you follow their EBT? When's the last time they used it? And he said, you know what? A lot of the, not the MCOs, but the Income Support Division will put a halt, a stop to responding to us, even though that they know that somewhere in their policies, the legal policies, that they can actually ask for that information. But for whatever reason, on the other party, from the Medicaid end, they're not releasing that information. Is that true or false?
Well, I'm not sure I understand, actually. There are very serious privacy protections for individuals receiving those benefits. In a criminal investigation, we are obligated to provide information, and there are federal rules. If you suspect fraud, so a perpetrator is using that, they are required not to provide it. For me, the harder issue isn't how we use a public benefit strategy to see where someone might be, but rather, are these investigations with all of these complicated jurisdictions very robust? And I would tell you, I don't think they are. And in the conversations that we've had, is it the sheriff's responsibility? Is it the mayor's responsibility? Is it the state police's responsibility? Is it the DA? Who is it? Is it the attorney general? And it's very easy to say, well, you know, I have this, I have this, I have, and then it just gets lost. That whole system needs its own set of town halls. And the federal government, who has the bulk of the jurisdiction between states, this stuff is moving between states, it's human trafficking, must have that leadership. And I'm very frustrated by it. I hope that doesn't sound like an excuse. We can do more, and part of the new crime labs and the state police's investments and all the jurisdictions, we're working hard to do better, but it is not good enough today. But I think that you might have run into a privacy roadblock between those two things, and I am going to pick on the MCOs. I don't need the CEO, and I don't need Blue Cross Blue Shield to send money out of state. What I want them to do is to hire more of you, that you're in the homes doing home visiting and support, which goes a long way to create access to services. And lastly, we're doing much better in the state. Again, when you're in a 5-mile hole, you go up by 3 miles, you're still 2 miles from the surface. But we brought water to 6,000 Navajo residents, and I think we're on track to do another 6,000 in the next year and a half. We've got electricity, generator, solar, community solar. It's really coming. Let's all further commit until it's all done. The roads are good, the schools are good, the access is easy, and everybody has what they need when they need it. We aren't done in McKinley County. We're not done in San Juan County. And I appreciate the work that you do so much.
Good evening, Governor. It's good to see you again. I know I've been traveling with you here and there. My name is Janice Lujan. I'm from here in Gallup. I'm on the 4th generation here. See all these different officials and going through all this legislative session that we see you sometime with different categories I work with. I know past years we worked together with the minimum wage to go up, and you did that for us. Appreciated that part. And we can't live on that $7.50 for life, so it had to change somewhere. So thank you for that. My really concern about is alcohol. I mean, we basically, alcohol is the #1 community that we have problem with it. Especially in the big areas like in Pinedale, Smith Lakes, they're selling alcohol out there. It should be gas instead of alcohol. Why are we having alcohol over reservation and making everything so hard? You know, we need a little better resource from our city, the county, the legislator, and the Navajo Nation, but they don't go out there and see these things. We do. We see all these things are happening. I wish the Navajo Nation could travel in a certain area and see for themselves that these people do need help. We can't just sit here and talk about it. We need to continue on with what we need to know, especially our community. We are a community, are the voters that put you guys there to help us out in return to make the better world to us to live in it. Not to drag and try to make things hard on ourselves, because we need, you know, people out there need food stamp, welfare, Medicaid, Medicare, everything that we can able to come out with our community needs. We basically need those, and especially with the city and the county, and to work with the Navajo Nation, I think that'd be a really good opportunity, because we don't go that route. We have our own thing that we say, okay, that's your problem. I'm not gonna worry about it. That's where we sit at it, if you look at it at a different angle. Because I go to all these different meetings, I hear different concerns, but we don't really have those people that we need in those areas. So alcohol is our main problem. That's where all the child abuse, you know, everything you can think about that people are getting hurt, or head-on collision. I mean, we didn't have that head-on collision in Little Water. Poor thing that the son and the father never went home on the first day of school. That's sad, you know, we read it in those papers. So, Governor, I hope that these alcohol can be reduced, because that's the #1 we all worry about. Thank you, and being here for you.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we're getting to the folks that our hands and shoulders must be exhausted. We have a very patient woman in the back. I know they're moving. I just want to make sure they see you. So you get to her and you can put your arm down, because that's got to hurt by now. And I appreciate you. So Jesse, just make sure we don't forget to go up there too.
I'll make mine short. My name's Chris. I'm the Behavioral Health Director at Gallup Community Health, which thank you for your Rural Health Care Delivery Fund, because that's kind of what made this doable. But one of the things that's been keeping me up literally at night the last few weeks is that we don't really have very good emergency shelter this winter. I know you're going to talk about permanent supportive housing, and I'm really glad I cannot go to a single meeting where that's not just raised as like, okay, that's a real problem, no one really knows how to fix that. But, which is the bigger fix, but the immediate fix is this winter, I just tried to get a family in, and there was 0 emergency shelter for a family. The Lexington closed and nothing came in its place, and it's scaring me.
And tell me again, what closed here? I didn't hear that part.
The Lexington, Heading Home was running it, and so she's not open. So there's no family emergency shelter.
All right, let's take a look at that, and I'm going to try to work with the city and the county and see what ideas we have. I will say, again, in the intersection, and I know I'm harping, so a lot of the emergency shelters that we created, particularly sort of during COVID and post, didn't have some of the supports, the training, and the guardrails. And now some of the most dangerous places in other communities are in these emergency shelters. And so what's happened is that that's become an area for additional intersection of criminal activity that's not getting addressed. And I fear that we kind of, all of us, walked away as a result of that. So I'm committed to taking a look at that. Having people, particularly when it's cold, in a place where we know that hypothermia and we lose people to the cold is untenable. So let me take a look. If you were to guess, how many beds would that be to get us through this current winter? Would you just, do you have a guess?
No, but I bet that does.
Okay. Well, if somebody would give me a number, I'm not going to hold anyone to any of that, but it gets into my head about what we need to be doing. And we've got Homeland Security here. They also have some interesting resources, particularly for temporary shelter. So we will find you. If you'll give your number to that guy right there, Alex, we'll call you, and let's work on that some. That's a very important thing to get addressed.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's
Malcolm Bowakitty. I'm the tribal administrator for the Pueblo Zuni. I'm here on two notices. One is I'm not asking for money, but I'm asking for help. Coordination from your departments, especially the Health and Human Services Department. We have a tribal council here, our governor's on the panel, and we have some issues on trying to get some staffing. I would like to have a coordination meeting between New Mexico Highlands University, which is the state's social services, social workers institution. I want to make sure that we know that when we graduate master's degree licensed social workers from that place, that they do actually get the practical experience how to operate in various court venues. Number one, the state system, the local city, county systems, the tribal systems. Right now, I have 2 licensed master social workers that are overwhelmed with a lot of cases. And I want to make sure that we are doing the work. The second part that I want to really apply is that we are here to ask your help because we are doing something for Zoom. I want to make sure that we do the work. The other side of that equation is that I want to make sure that we also reach out to your public safety department. So we have some meetings. We have our public safety director here. We are doing everything we can to make sure we control the roads and make sure that we eradicate the issues. The last part is that, yes, I do agree that sometimes we get too numb to alcoholism. Alcoholism is the #1 factor here for TRIBES and for the city of Gallup. Sometimes we forget that City of Gallup overshadows our small reservation. But we're here to let you know that we're ready to work. We're here from a practical point of view. I like to have coordination meetings so my social workers and my police officers can work with the family, youth, and children, youth, and families, as well as human service, say, how can we go and get the work? I'm a firm believer in tribal sovereignty, but with a caveat. Our tribal members, our kids, are also members of the Zuni tribe, but they're also citizens in Mexico. I want to make sure that I reach out to the Albuquerque offices, the Gallup offices. I want to have CUIFD workers working side by side with my social workers so we can place those kids on and off the reservation because we know we will get them back, but they need to be in safe locations. So I implore you, let's get together, let's strategize, let's do a tribal summit in Pueblo Zuni, and we'd like to work with your staff. Thank you very much.
Yate, Governor, my name is Priscilla Benali, and I'm so glad to see you. We're usually in your home for Gallup and Kinley County Day, so it's nice to have you here visiting us. I wanted to mention a couple of things to you, Governor. We hear a lot of times a lot of negativity, but I want to pass along some positivity to you. I serve on the Gallup and Kinley County Board of Education. I wanted to let you know that we have 8 to 10 new schools that are being built. We have Theroux, Crown Point, Tohatchee, Gallup, and Navajo, just to name some, and then some in the schools.
We need new schools, thank you.
One of the things I wanted to add to that is we are using our impact aid to utilize funding and to increase our classroom sizes. PSOC or whatever that department is called always just gives us the bare minimum. But now with impact aid funds that we have to say thank you to sadly a lawsuit, but then also to our legislators that have pushed those funds through for us, and the joint effort of our tribal communities that help get that impact aid back to our students here in our areas. Our classrooms are bigger. We are getting culture classrooms now that was not a priority, but now we can build those in there. Our special ed classroom was not a priority when they gave us the architecture, but now we can get those in there. We also, you're sitting in part of a building that our students are doing Kinley Academy, and in Kinley Academy, they're graduating with their high school diplomas and their associate's degree. And we have increased that from around 100 students to 500 students now. And we're very thankful that that program is growing free of charge. Books, everything is being paid for our students to get associate's degrees. The other thing I wanted to mention is we got approved to get our career readiness building right next to the police station on the east side of Gallup. So now we will be able to have our own career career readiness building where students that are not able to go to college can get a trade done here in the school. And the other thing I wanted to mention is the salary increases that we had for our culture classroom, our culture teacher has been a huge asset. Our culture, the people that we are, our culture, our language is something we cherish. And if we can have a culture class teacher in every school, now that the funding or their salary has increased, has been wonderful for our students. We are thankful that increase in salary for our culture teacher has been beneficial for our children across the district. The other thing I wanted to mention is it may not be priority to some school districts, but one of the things that we did for our school district is athletic is huge in basketball, football is huge here. And one of the things we were able to do was not have a fee for our parents to go into the games. They're free of charge. You can go into a game, and if it's a Gallup County school, you can go watch your child play for free. There's no admission fees for that. Last thing I wanted to mention, Governor, we need help with our McKinney-Vento funds for our homeless students. We only are getting 45,000, the size of our school district. We have over 14,000 kids here. And for 45,000 just to be spent on our homeless students is not enough. We need to increase that. And I hope our legislators are listening too, because that needs to be a legislation that needs to be drawn up to increase our McKinney-Vento for our students that are homeless. The main job I do is I work at a community center in Peru. I help my children with mental health issues and suicidal ideation. And I'm so glad we have so many departments here. We need help with our youth with mental health. We've done our part and some other departments have done their part, but I don't know if it's telemarketing or telehealth, if that would help. Everybody's short to have social workers or, we need that assistance and the funding here for that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And you guys have school-based health centers? You should.
In some.
You're again, not a complaint. That's not what we're doing. We're working to build together. But there's a ton of money in school-based health centers, and a ton of money in school behavioral health, and a ton of money in special education, and a ton of money in the Indian Education Fund, and a moonshot, $1.5 billion to public education. We want to do everything for our kids and families. Universal meals, scratch cooking. I've been going to some of the schools and eating the meals. And I don't know how many parents or grandparents in the room eat a meal at a school. It's shocking. Shockingly bad. Shockingly bad. All right? And we put a ton of money. We're all going to have to lean in. We can do more with funding. We're a pretty smart state about putting money away so that we've got it available. Education's a priority. Students, families are a priority. But I got to make sure that we're actually standing up with the resources that we have. Because I'm going to submit to the community that most schools aren't doing enough to stand up these programs when the funding is readily available. To your point, we have a shortage of firefighters, police officers, social workers, behavioral health specialists, primary care providers, OBGYNs. And before we feel bad, I don't feel bad, but I'm motivated. We're not the only state in this pickle. We are the only state in America that did some things a decade ago that we are really still suffering from. So the catching up has been painful. It's coming. But everyone's going to have to do more. So here's my commitment to you. You get those achievement scores up, and you are. You make sure that everyone is doing the science of reading inside the classroom. You make sure that language immersion teachers are actually getting the salaries that have been appropriated through the legislature. and get those school-based health centers, I'll be here in a nanosecond to help you get the other resources and personnel that you need. I'm in. Let's do it together. Oh, poor thing, finally, and thank you for your patience, ma'am. Thank you for your patience with us.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Elvira Amador. I'm community organizer for Somos un Pueblo Unido. I represent my community, my community, immigrants community. And now I'm working in the library too, I guess. And I'm so proud, and thank you for coming in this little town, and we have a lot of issues. And I mentioned in the girl was telling about thank you for coming to Gallup, and I feel shame for all the representatives we have in Gallup, because we need to come. You need to come and hear to talk about all the community. I have a lot of things to say to you. It's why we need to have a governor here to pedir our representatives to be here, like, I guess we need more forums with other our community, because like they say, you see any homeless here? No. You saw my community? No, because they are afraid to come to be with all these people, because I talk with a lot of people in the street suffer for drugs, and they are begging to buy the food, and like they say they need housing. It's too hard. I have a friend waiting for 2 years for housing, and it's hard to be in there. It's a lot of paperwork. Things with they go to the SNAP office. They say they making them hard to the people in the office. Why we need to have our governor here to talk about all these things? We need more focus, please, for our mayor, for the council cities. We need to talk with the people, with our people outside, and for education, please. We need some funds for our community, to English class and GD our language, please. We are talking with a lot of person for UNM to talk about school, for education, for workers' rights. I work for workers' rights. We have a lot of wage theft in this town, but the people don't talk about it. But we have a lot of. We need to be more work in the workforce. We was talking with the representatives. La representante del workforce, Sarita Neers, we're talking about with her, and I telling her, you need, we need more people to come and talk with the people about workers and education, education to be more in touch. Like, we have a lot of people studying citizenship, and we need a GED because they don't talk plain English. It's like my English or less, and we need GED, please. We have some resources for that. We work so hard in this town, and I want all the people talk, speak out, because you are in your town. You have to talk. You don't be afraid about our sheriff, our police. We need to be in touch with everyone, please.
we need to be more unit, because la unión hace la fuerza. Por favor, we need to awake. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking up on behalf of people who aren't here, can't be here, or may be intimidated by any number of issues in our own state, in the country, and around the world. And I wish I spoke Spanish as well as you speak English. And you're amazing, and advocacy's part of the way in which we move forward. If we've got wage theft issues here, we will immediately send Workforce Solutions. So Jesse, if you could get this fine young woman's phone number, we'll call you. I'm very interested in making sure that's not occurring anymore, anywhere. Thank you for having the courage to speak up.
Thank you. I'm Austin.
Yes, ma'am.
West of Mass.
It is 33 counties and hundreds of cities.
Hello, my name is Jason Joe. I'm from Standing Rock, New Mexico, but a lot of my business is carried out here in Gallup. I have a huge interest in politics, ran for county clerk, but that's for another time. What I would like to do is to commend our public safety, our firefighters, our EMS. These guys are working. You see them out there, they are working. And the sad thing about it is that there is a failure, and that's in the justice system. It's in this revolving door justice system that we have to deal with. Now, the cops are doing their job, but these guys are getting backed out. And a lot of these people that are dealing with the law, they know they'll get out. They know it. And I've heard a lot of talk about competency. These people, a lot of them, they are competent. They know the law better than some of the lawyers. They know how to talk themselves out. Now, I've heard you state and point a lot of fingers. All I've seen is you point fingers back at them. That's all I've seen. You are sitting in the highest seat, the highest place of power here in New Mexico, and it is very difficult for me to digest that you cannot make a change, that you don't have power. Now, it's very hard for me to believe that you can't make a change. And the other reason why it's very hard for me to believe that is because when COVID happened, you were one of the major reasons Native Americans were locked out of Gallup. Yep. COVID. Now, Natives, Navajos, Zunis, we have to sneak our way into Gallup. Now, yeah, I was one of them. No, I was one of them. I had to.
Let's let him speak. He has the floor, and every person here has the right to discuss what they think is right or wrong, and who has what power to do what. I do have pretty strong emergency powers, but in those emergency powers, I cannot change a law. I can restrict access, and I can tell doctors what to do. I can fly people, but I cannot tell a judge what to do. Only legislators can change the law. I do not have that power. You have that power, and these legislators are here, listening to you. You have power, sir.
So I'm saying I had to fight my way to get into town so that I could work.
I didn't have to, and I came from Crown Point.
Okay, but he had a different experience, and we're going to respect
And
that.
I am not alone in this situation. In any case, what I'm saying is that accountability has been named and said a lot here. Now, you are in a position to hold these lawmakers, hold these lawyers accountable for the things that they're doing. The failure is this revolving door. Now, our cops are doing their jobs, but they continue to get out. And I would like to ask you to hold them accountable, and above that, empower them so that they can do their job.
I'm going to agree with you, but I'm going to separate that agreement in this way. I have no power. Let me repeat that. And I think it's actually a fair process. No politician unilaterally can hold any judge accountable. You retain them. You vote for the legislators. I'm not mad at the legislators. And they'll tell you, I've called many special sessions, and I've asked for these criminal adjustments, these issues in the public safety intersection. Not all of them at once, every session, but I have done it every session since 2019 when I first got elected. It's not an excuse. We have to work together. We all have different attitudes and perspectives, but that's why I'm here, exactly what you said. In fact, I think there's a revolving door. In fact, I think police officers are exhausted by it. In fact, I think businesses are so frustrated, they're thinking about closing or certainly not expanding. And there isn't a single New Mexican that I'm aware of, and probably you as well, sir, that hasn't been impacted by crime. Burglaries, robberies, carjacking, assault, you name it. I submit that nearly every single New Mexican has been impacted. So have I. It's not to say that because I've been impacted, that now we have to do something. We have all been impacted. It has to end. I do think competency and commitment, that's not the only thing. There's about 100 bills that I think that the legislature is going to be debating about the intersections of public safety and the humane, compassionate investments for housing and behavioral health. It's going to have to be all of it, but I'm going to say the reason I'm here is I am very committed to getting whatever the bills need to be to stop the revolving door and to have accountability in our justice system. And I'm not angry at judges. I'm a bit disappointed. I think I said that at the beginning, that they're not sharing information. They could be working as a team. You said that about me. I accept that, sir. We all have to be doing better together. But we have a lot of bills, and it's not just those two issues that are going to deal with this. We went a little far. We used to just incarcerate far too many people because they were poor and, frankly, men and women of color. That's a fact in this state. We were going to get into trouble with the Department of Justice, the federal department. Some police jurisdictions already got into trouble for policing in a way that's not constitutional. To address that, the state was really smart and said, look, we'll do a constitutional amendment that does away with some of the kind of predatory leanings towards poor people in the criminal justice system. That's a fact. But somehow, when we needed to make adjustments, in my opinion, based on the facts that I have seen, we didn't make those adjustments along the way. And as a result, I think we're in a fair amount of trouble. And I would agree that there is a bit of a revolving door that's hugely problematic. If we have nearly 4,000 repeat offenders who are felons, something's wrong. And if they are back in our community living on the street and re-offending, something is terribly wrong here. And we have an obligation to address it straight on. So thank you for your constructive criticism. Thank you for telling me your experience. It makes a difference in where we go from here. And I do appreciate that you're here, sir.
Yate Arena Begayan Chef. I am born and raised in this community and also a parent. And I just wanted to share from the work that I do as a community organizer that our community does need OBGYN, women's health care, and we are definitely in need of a women's shelter. And the Lexington Hotel was one of our true housing first models, and I believe that type of compassionate care, meeting our community where they're at, that will be the way that we make a difference, because it takes us as a community in kinship and fellowship to uphold and make our changes.
I have 2 votes for a domestic violence shelter and some more emergency housing, so that's enough for me. We're gonna figure that out. I appreciate your work as an advocate. Thank you, ma'am.
Governor, you always get my vote, and I campaign for you all the time on the new reservation. So next time.
Thank you. No next time. This is it. And there's gonna be some people sad about that and some people very relieved. That's a good democracy.
Okay, I just want to make mine a little short, and it's mostly about my personal life, and I'd like to share with you. And my older brother, he went to war in Vietnam, and he came back and he couldn't find no job, and later he started, like everybody's saying, we have alcohol problem. So that's what he fell into, and about a few years later, he died from withdrawal in Gallup City Jail, and left my 2 little nieces. They were small, and my nephew, they were small. So we all had to take turns raising them. So then my husband and I, we both retired. I worked for the school for 48 years and 8 months. And my husband worked for hospital social work for 38 years, so we're both retired. And we do a lot of volunteer work now with Somos, Alvita, and Janice, and we all help each other do volunteer work right now. So I know what goes on in Gallup area because I lived here all my life. And so I'm happy that he came to Gallup, New Mexico, and I saw in the newspaper, and I thought, oh, she's coming. Is she flying? Is she driving or what?
Driving on I-40.
So that's how we welcome you to Gallup, New Mexico. You're the mayor right there. It's the name. He should welcome you to Gallup, New Mexico. So I want to say thank you.
You're very kind, and I know it's late, and I can't tell you how patient you are with me, because I don't get enough time with you, and so I probably overdo it. But I come to Gallup frequently. It's been about a year. I don't always have a town hall, so I don't want folks to think that the mayor doesn't boss me around, because he does. And the legislators don't boss me around, because they do. And that the county commissioners don't boss me around, because they do. And certainly the Navajo Nation bosses me around, and Zuni, and Acoma, and Laguna, and that's how it should work. I work for them. So I come off, and actually I was here during the presidential campaign. So I'll keep coming, but I could do more of these. And if it's useful for you, I hope it is. This is the best work I get to do, even if folks are disappointed in some of the decisions we've made. Better that we know that. How could we have done it differently? What is it that we're not doing that's not getting to people where they need it? Why is it still so hard when we're spending and investing and trying to take care of people in whole new ways and things that we don't think about or say out loud enough? We really did go from 50th to 17th. That's never happened in anyone's lifetime here in childhood poverty. But until everyone feels it, every family, it's not enough. We're number 2, but just by a smidge in college enrollment in the country. No rural state, no poor state gets there. We did. It's remarkable work. Universal child care, there is no state getting close to that. No other state doesn't charge copays. No other state doesn't charge copays for behavioral health. No state is paying a much higher rate than the federal program for seniors, Medicare, in their Medicaid rates. No state. No state's covering malpractice insurance for OBGYN. Those are just a few of the things that I will tell you are the envy of the world, and they should be. Here's the issue. It's been so long. It's no, you know, when we're on a marathon and we're a mile out and there's no more water stations and it's all uphill. Kind of like the Navajo Nation Fair Parade. It is all uphill, I submit to you, in both Shiprock and Window Rock. And so I don't want to diminish that doesn't feel right still. We raised the minimum wage. We have the highest wage growth, believe it or not, in the country. We might be number 2 now. We had the highest teacher pay increases in the Southwest for a long time. Now we're about middle of the pack because it's a race to the top. These are really valuable investments that we didn't do 20 years ago that we should have done. We also have more resources than we've ever seen. We're number 6 or 7 in the country in economic and employment growth. We're number 1 in intelligent manufacturing. We're number 1 in the percentage of power that's made by renewable energy. We're about to just kickstart geothermal in a way that's going to be amazing. But again, bragging, and I did that because I want you to feel good that we're hearing you, does no good if people are still suffering anywhere in the state, and they are, and I'm going to keep coming until that suffering is just a whisper, because we've done everything in our power to make everybody whole, and to treat them with dignity and respect, to fix those damn potholes, and to make sure that we're really paying attention to the stuff that matters. And I know that I'm taking your time, ma'am, so I'm going to be quiet. But I did want us to at least embrace those things because they're powerful. And they're meaningful, and they're happening, and we can and will do more.
Thank you, Governor. My name is Deanna Krask. I am president of McKinley County Federation of Unified School Employees. And I'm glad to see our city sheriff, our sheriff, the Navajo representative, and our city police representative. I'm also glad to see 3 of our 5 school board members here in our state legislatures. My concern right now, and I'm addressing it to the law enforcement people up here, is I'm getting tired of having teachers call me on the phone or sending me emails because kids have been sent to the office for fights. Law enforcement shows up and then leaves them alone. I, back in Washington State, taught in a juvenile detention facility. Kids don't all of a sudden turn 21 and become criminals. We start seeing it at a younger age here. For some reason, the county got rid of our juvenile detention facility. I have no idea why that happened. Having worked in a juvenile detention facility in the past, I know it's the best place for our kids. I want to hear more of my teachers say, yeah, law enforcement was called to our schools and they did something with these kids instead of leaving them at the school to go ahead and continue to fight and do drugs and do alcohol and other things goes on. This is not safe for me. It's not safe for any of my employees that I represent. I'm tired of the phone calls. I want to see more action on law enforcement in our county towards these kids doing something. You know, like I said, you guys know this. I've seen the sheriff at my school a number of times. I teach at Crown Point High. I've been with this district for 14 years now. I've lived in this county for 18 years. I'm tired of what's going on. I'm tired of my teachers not being safe, my staff not being safe, because law enforcement is not taking care of their end of the duty with this stuff at all. That's the end of that. Now I want to address my state legislatures. The 3% raises you gave us last year is not enough. We work hard for our money. We're doing more paperwork. Our governor 2 years ago signed an executive order ordering a reduction by 25% in our paperwork. And not just in this county, but across the state, we have seen it increase exponentially. We should be working 7.5 hours a day in this school district, but we don't have enough time to get all of our paperwork. I've got teachers who are on growth plans because they work their 7.5. They're not getting all their paperwork done, and
and now they're in trouble with the district and with their principals. This has got to stop. I think we're the only profession that do not clock in and work 8 to 5. We're working in excess of that, and we're not getting paid for it. So please, legislatures, pay attention to us, listen to us. We are worth a lot more than what you guys are paying us. So please, do better than the 3%. 2 years ago, it was 6%. We would love to see 6% from the state at least. But the 3% was a slap in our face. I've talked to teachers all over this state, and that 3% was definitely a slap in our face. So that's all I have to say.
Well, thanks for being an educator, thanks for being an advocate. There's a lot to unpack there, but let's start with juvenile detention. We went too far away from, and that's my opinion, we're listening. I just want you to know when I agree, so that you know where I am. I'm one voice. I don't have the power to change that unilaterally either. Counties aren't doing juvenile detention anymore, really, anywhere in the state. In Bernalillo County, I think this is the way, there's like, what you said, 4? 4 total detention centers. It used to be required in every single county, right? And it was more than just 1 in some of the bigger counties. We're going through hell in law enforcement trying to figure out what to do to keep parents, students, and educators safe in these schools. There is nothing to do, and I will tell you that we got a bunch of DAs who are bringing a robust juvenile justice package that is about making sure that when detention, age appropriate, evidence-based, is necessary, that we can do it. We have 13-year-olds. We have an 11-year-old in Albuquerque. 2 murders? 1 murder, 1 robbery. What do? There are more. And we're going to debate, and we need it. The state needs some infrastructure shifts in CYFD. What are the root causes? Well, poverty, but there aren't any social workers. You don't want to be an educator with this kind of disrespect and all the issues? Be a social worker at CYFD. Be afraid. They're afraid to go to these houses. They're afraid to be with these kids. These kids need serious behavioral health intervention, and they need a structured detention environment when there's been a major crime committed. The state went the other way, and we're going to have to readjust, in my view. It is a dramatic problem, and it's worse here per capita than it is anywhere in America. That means your mid-schools aren't safe. That means your grade schools aren't safe. That means your high schools aren't safe. And I will tell you where else it's not safe. They're not juveniles anymore. But those issues lend themselves to unsafe, unsavory issues in our trade schools and colleges. And I'm hearing a lot from our university professors who are very concerned about the environment on their campuses as well. I think it's time to lean in all of these aspects. So thank you for that. I appreciate that earnesty about, we got some issues that we have not addressed in more than a decade that require some attention.
Hi, my name is Pat Shealy, and I appreciate everything that's been discussed this evening. But I have what I think is another public safety issue. I hope this doesn't come to pass, but the next administration has said that they are planning a mass deportation of undocumented people. We have undocumented people here in Gallup, and we have mixed families. I wonder if the state has any plans to help these people, to protect these people. I'd like to know if our law enforcement officers are going to cooperate. These are just things that I wanted to bring forth. Thank you.
Thank you. So we made a commitment. I'll give you all the good news, and I want people to be vigilant and present. We aren't going to cooperate. We are not going to violate the Constitution. We aren't gonna we're gonna fight and file lawsuits if the next administration works to use the military against residents and citizens of this country. I'm very concerned about immigrant rights, and about mixed status families and the unintended consequences all across the board that are inhumane and inappropriate. We need the public safety work that's valid, and folks who have been adjudicated that they can't seek asylum. There needs to be a fair constitutional process. There needs to be more public safety at the border, smart technology, more border patrol, immigration reform. What this president-elect is suggesting is not constitutional. And bipartisan, there will be some, in my view, which may make some of you mad, some of you agnostic, some of you happy. I wish there were more Republican governors that are going to stand up and say, there's a meaningful process, pass immigration reform, do this right. Don't politicize an issue that you've had the power to address all along, Congress, so get it done. You'll have Democratic governors in unison. We'll have about 2 or 3 Republican governors. We're going to use our attorney generals and every other tool in the toolbox to protect the residents of our state. And you expect me to the highest degree that I can. Where I want you to be vigilant is pay attention, all of us. I don't know what he will do. I believe him when he says he will attempt mass deportations. I believe him when he says he will come into the Southwest and the border states. So we are working vigilantly and tirelessly to figure it all out. But I appreciate your concern. I'm concerned as well, and I can't make promises more than anything in my power and a little bit beyond. Expect us to do every bit of it, every day, for everyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everybody. I was hoping that we get all the opportunity to speak on the tribes that we're representing here this evening, and I know that there's a lot of, similar concerns that we all have, and it's never a one-size-fits all. But I wanted to just, Governor, if I may, have your permission to speak on the floor in the interest of the Zuni tribe. I believe we have become numb to alcoholism, and it continues to be a huge problem. And we have become numb and never truly solved the problem for treatment. And that's the point of reality that we have to really take a look at from that angle to reevaluate where we are in the crossroads of reality today. Alcoholism coupled with fentanyl or opioid addiction adds to a vicious addiction cycle that impinges on all local governmental entities and communities. Therefore, it is vital and imperative that solutions between cabinet level to regional state offices and tribal leaders jointly dissect issues, develop solutions, and collaboratively seek funding to implement those treatment strategies. Because I'm sitting here listening to each and every one of you, and we all have to step up to the plate to take ownership on how we can continue to deal with all these situations, concerns, and issues that we're talking about tonight. When we're talking about violence against women, youth, and children, the Pueblo of Zuni judicial and behavioral programs are encountering situations where defendants or alleged perpetrators demonstrated questionable mental health defects. Judicial proceedings are stopped, criminal cases and evaluations are requested and completed before proceedings are resumed. Navajo Nation courts, Gallup City courts, McKinley County courts, and most likely experience similar circumstances. The Zuni Public Court and Zuni Behavioral Health Department have a contract with the practitioner who conducts the evaluations which are extremely thorough and worthwhile. The issue is the cost at $5,500 per evaluation. The Pueblo has limited resources and cannot sustain the protracted costs which impact criminal activity or the eradication of such issues. This point on criminal or civil competency is raised because addictions are the root cause of the crime that businesses, governments, and tribes must address. Statistics on homicides, sexual assaults, vagrancy, or theft have a causal association to individuals with an addiction. The other problem that we're dealing with right now is drug trafficking and substance use disorders. Of the annualized Zuni police dispatch calls for 20,989 for 2023, 800 involved violent crimes and narcotics, meth, opioid, etc. The past 5 years have sent 10 homicides involving drugs. It has got to stop. Coordination and reestablishment of working relationships between our tribe, Navajo Nation, City of Gallup, and both McKinley and Cibola counties, FBI, and U.S. attorneys on drug trafficking on reservation and along I-40 is the most effective and firm resolution that we all need to continue working together. I heard some concerns about the missing and murdered indigenous people. Regarding MMIP, community members are often afraid to provide information on what they may possibly know concerning individuals who were found dead, murdered, or are missing, or who were even seriously injured by someone. We need resources to help people to feel comfortable in coming forward and providing law enforcement with information regarding these kinds of cases. A piece not often discussed is the role of social services and behavioral health services. Adequately staffed and trained social and behavioral health service workers are needed in the city and on the reservations. This piece at the onset overwhelms our staff and creates a revolving door into the judicial systems. The state HSD and CYFD must step up and work collaboratively with tribal nation personnel to truly address the multivariate issues from minor in need of care, child neglect, parental abdication, and sexual assault. Improving policies, investigations, and prosecutions, law enforcement investigations. The Pueblo of Zuni is fortunate to have our police officers and open space officers complete police academy training through the FLETC and the New Mexico State Police Training Center. This is the basis for cross-commissioning, but our court judges are detecting a trend that more frequent refresher workshops may be required from the FLETC in Artesia, New Mexico. As expressed by our chief judge, they seem to forget their trainings the instant that I swear them in. We need to have our law enforcement reinforce their training. The FLETC may need shorter refresher versions of securing crime scenes, documenting crime scenes via specific media, camera, and optimal lighting. So in summary, the Pueblo of Zuni thanks the U.S. Attorney for the District of New Mexico to continue consulting with the Pueblos and tribal nations. We reinforce the basic premise that we have developed successful and effective strategies to chip away at crime, drugs, and violence in Indian country, and that we strive to provide peace and healthy enjoyment of our heritage and cultural practices that is the foundation of our people's resiliency. So I just wanted to share that while we have the opportunity to sit here before all of you as tribal leaders, because only when we all take ownership of our community issues, rather than operating in silos, then maybe we can defeat this whole issue that we're talking about, because there's a huge risk now in the generations of today to the newborn, the unborn, and beyond. So I'm asking all of us to continue working together and support Governor Grisham for your endeavors, because I know your heart is in the right place. We can all make sure that we have a good strategic initiative to continue supporting you on this huge endeavor. We're speaking for our people. Thank you very much, Ella.
Thank you, Governor.
Hello, Governor. I'm Kevin C. Barnett. I'm a lawyer with the Office of the Prosecutor, Major Crimes Unit for the Navajo Nation. I have 2 points. One I'll make in my capacity as prosecutor, one I'll make in my personal capacity as a citizen in the state of New Mexico. I moved here last May after finishing law school to work for the Navajo Nation. One thing that our unit, our Major Crimes Unit, works on is extraditions. So when members of tribes commit crimes in state jurisdictions, we can get extradition warrants to remove them, and I believe the sheriff here has used that process before to remove someone who committed a vehicular homicide while drunk in McKinley County, and he was successfully extradited. And I think we've also worked with the AG of New Mexico's office to do that. But generally, we see fewer extradition requests from the state of New Mexico compared to Arizona and Utah, and definitely we want to make sure that people aren't escaping accountability by hiding on the Navajo Nation. And I think that's definitely consistent with the Navajo principle of Tapuaj Tego, which really emphasizes personal accountability and is up to one to learn. Our chief prosecutor has a memo that explains the entire process, how to seek extradition. We did a lot of vehicular homicides while drunk. We've done second-degree murder cases, and definitely we tend to have issues with people who are committing heinous offenses on state lands and then essentially hiding out to escape justice. And so that's my official capacity part. And in my personal capacity, I'll switch hats metaphorically. Last year, the Navajo Nation Council updated the rape law for the Navajo Nation. Prior to their update, the main method of proving rape on the Navajo Nation was force-based rather than consent-based. And force is a really constrained way of recognizing what people know is rape. If people have their sexual autonomy, their bodily autonomy violated, that's a rape regardless of whether they are punched in the face, whether they are slapped, whether they are held down. People can be groped, things can happen. It doesn't require force, it doesn't require coercion. And one thing that I'm especially concerned about, and I think really needs a legislative fix, is the New Mexico rape definition is excessively force-based. It focuses too much to the pathway of conviction, on emphasizing force and whether violence was used to perpetrate a rape of a person, or coercion. And so the Navajo definition is both affirmative consent-based, meaning the absence of a no doesn't mean yes, meaning yes and only yes means yes. And then there's also a negative consent definition, which is enveloped in affirmative consent, but is equally as helpful in some respects, no means no being the classic way to explain negative consent. And so I think that's a really important way to meet these cases where people are being sexually violated, but the law says, no, you are not. And, not every case is going to go to trial. Not every person is going to say, I want to prosecute that person, I want to go forward. Not every case is going to be viable. But I think a lot of survivors feel validation when you show them the law and you say, you were sexually assaulted under the law. You're not invalid. It's not, oh, well, it didn't really happen because of this factor in my head that I'm using to rationalize it away. So that would be, a really important legislative fix that, we have a lot of states that have consent-based laws, and I think New Mexico really needs to update that and expand its horizons for recognizing the scope of ways that people's bodily autonomy can be violated.
Thank you. I haven't had anyone suggest that we update that, but as you heard at the beginning, I'm worried that we haven't really kept up with the kinds of things in our criminal code that are meaningful. So I really appreciate that, and we're gonna take a look. And congratulations to the Navajo Nation for updating that part of their criminal code. I think it requires constant work, actually, and I appreciate that you pointed out. And Chief, I want you to brief me on extraditions. So thank you for highlighting that maybe we ought to be doing more and could do more. And that sounds like I'm mad at the Chief. Just shows you we work together a lot. We got a lot going on, and I need to know more about that. If we're not doing our fair share, that's something that we ought to be doing better at. We do a lot of the, as you know, fugitive warrant work, and that's been across jurisdictions and very useful. So let me take a look at this and see what the hiccup is that we're not doing as much as we, in your opinion, which I think is valid. I got no reason to assume otherwise, that we could be doing more here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, I'm Mary Walker. I have a business here in Gallup called Weaving and Beauty on Cole Avenue, and I see some of our customers in here tonight. But I'm here to talk for some people who can't be here, and they're people who are in France, in New Zealand, in Australia, Canada, places, people who would like to come here. Our students come here, and they're not feeling safe. And I want to talk for them and say whatever we can do to help Chief Totalina Pablo, to help the sheriff, the city council, the city of Gallup, make our city safe for us and safe for our guests. Our guests spend an average of $5,000 each when they come here. It makes a big difference in our town. They meet people that they remember all their lives, and it's a lifetime experience that people have talked to me when somebody's passed on, taken our classes, and they've said that it's one of the most meaningful experiences that they've ever had. And we want to continue to do that. Please help our town do that when we can. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Hear, hear.
Thank you, Governor, for coming. It's always good to see you. Thank you, Mayor, tribal leaders, and law enforcement. We really appreciate you being here and giving me the time to talk to you. My name is Ken Collins. I'm the Executive Director of the Ojo Center for Personal Enhancement. We're in Howard Johnson. That's one of the places that Louis mentioned. But that's where our office is. We're there with Nova 3, their IOP shelter program. We're sheltering over 60 people. There's 18 people that are in the intensive outpatient program. One of the things, I want to talk about two things. One is we're the first recovery housing program in the state. We're peer run. One of the problems that we have is that one of the things that's taken so long to get us up and running is reimbursement. We've got to pay for everything and then get reimbursed for it. We come from a small organization, annual budget through the Office of Peer Recovery and Engagement of $50,000 a year, and then suddenly we thought were grants, and they are, one through Mortgage Finance Authority for $969,000 to create the recovery housing program, the other through behavioral health, Indian services, or Native American services for $130,000. But see, our problem is, again, reimbursement. We went from $50,000, it's a cash flow problem, where we can only spend so much money to get reimbursed for. And what's hurt us is, we were supposed to, our reimbursement schedule is, we get our invoices in on Tuesday, sometimes it's 2 or 3 weeks late. And so it just really put us back. We hope to be open this month. So that's one of the issues. The other issue is I want to thank you for appointing me to the Brain Injury Advisory Council that's under the Governor's Commission, because something that I've been talking about for ever since I've been in Gallup is our brain injuries. I believe that brain injuries are a real problem, not only for here, but the homeless population in general. A very large population, a very large segment of the homeless population have brain injuries. One of the things that the brain injury, I'm tired.
You need some water?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Is with the Brain Injury Advisory Council, it's given me a forum that I can bring this up. And one of the things that we're doing, we've identified something that we would like all providers, hospitals, doctors to do, is to start using what's called the HELPS, that's HELPS, screening tool that helps to identify people with brain injuries so that we can create a registry to really help the people that I mean, you can't tell. Brain injuries are invisible. I myself have been living with my brain injury for going on 49 years. It ended my professional baseball career. It's devastating after a brain injury. I was blessed to have that experience before my brain injury, and it's enabled me to survive and work. But Governor, whatever you can do to help identify people with brain injuries on the streets, not only of Gallup, but throughout the state, would be beneficial.
Thank you, Ken, for your courage and your personal story, and I bet I can fix some of the reimbursement issues. I bet those are probably our fault. So, thank you. And then I might do a little plug that people don't have to wait, so we'll make sure that everyone signed in, make sure the mayor and the county, everybody helps me. You don't have to wait for your governor to come to a town hall to say, you owe me money, I need you to do this faster, I need you to figure this out, because we work for you all day, every day, whether we're in person or not. And that worries me that folks are waiting for us. So we'll get that taken care of right away. And just a reminder that you can reach out to us online or call us and we will respond. And so I appreciate that, Ken. It's nice to see you.
Yes, hello, I want to thank everybody that's here. I know it's late. I'm Pastor Dennis Gallegos. I just wanted to say if we can have expedition with Bonagwitty. He's done a great job. With the Lexington, I believe the city has it with Ben Welch. But Pastor Carlos has been doing an excellent job. We've been working together. As churches, I would like all churches to work together, but that's what we're here for. The whole meeting here tonight was that we would have unity and everyone working together to help the community be better. So I would like to just give my high remarks for Pastor Carlos that he has this, I work with him on these men that are at this home. If the Lexington, he's put in a proposal to Bonagwitty, the city, if you could find a favor to get something going that'll help. So I just want to go ahead and make that. Also, the second thing is, we've heard where I've also helped substance abuse people. One of the biggest things that I get, I know marijuana has been legalized. A lot of the smoke shops that are here, the revenue is high, as we can see that. But many of the students in the schools, is there a limit to how much they can sell these vapors that are actually marijuana?
If they're selling vapor devices that have cannabis in them to school students, they should be in jail. So, they're not allowed to do that. I will tell you, I'm concerned about, the prevalence of all drugs now, including cannabis. While that's legal, not to minors. I think we have an issue with vaping. I think we have an issue with cannabis oversight. And our legislators have been good sports for this effort today. And we've had a couple who aren't feeling well go home, and a few that are hanging in there, even though I'm long-winded, and thank you. But we're gonna have a very robust proposal to the legislature for cannabis oversight and regulation. Again, 2020 hindsight, when you roll out something new, we think we have enough guardrails and inspectors. Turns out, we don't. So we want to tighten that up, and so your perspective on that is very useful and very timely, because we're having trouble shutting down some bad operators, and we don't have enough teeth in the laws that we thought we did. We thought we had enough teeth to do what we need to do, and in fact, we don't. So we're going back to the legislature to tighten that up. And thank you for recognizing that, but you should know we recognize it too.
If I could just follow up once again real quick, because I know it's late. On Tuesdays, I would get with a lot with the churches I've been pastoring over 30 years. And the churches would communicate with one another to families and those that are misusing the money. You know, EBT cards, they know how to work the system, as a brother was saying a while ago. And that revolving door is going on. And the police officers that attend my congregation, there again, something needs to be done. They have to go to the court sessions when their day's off. And if they don't show up, those people know how to just, blindside it and get off. And what I was wanting to say is, I know that you said the communication, you have all entities here. You have the city police, the sheriff. I seen where some were trying to do smoking crack, and one of the sheriff units just hit their siren. And man, you could see them scattered, And so I thank God for that. But the thing is this, what we used to do was communicate with one another, because I don't know if you can pass a law or get it to where everyone, even the Navajo, the Nene Nation, the police department, is there a way to put names on a certain list that is open to every entity? Because you've got repeated offenders all the time, and they know how to just keep working the system. They just keep moving and moving. Now, the legitimate people that need it, yes, that's why I say we need the Lexington. We need the battered homes. We need these things that are going to get them through the years to where they can build up their lives back, right on track with God. Because the main problem is sin. Sin is here, and we need to fix it. And I think the people are all here wanting to work together. Because if the city prospers, the church will prosper. And I'm all about the church prospering. So I want to thank you for hearing me out. And once again, let Pastor Carlos have that lecture.
Well, we want as many people dedicated to solving problems as possible. And Pastor, we need the faith-based community. I mean, everyone's got to have a place to help improve things. Yet once an arrest is made, that's public information. I will tell you, and again, I'm not trying to pick on anyone, and I hope I've said, I passed a law, it was my law for cannabis, it needs to be tightened up, but it needs to be tightened up. And so, if we're not able to say truthfully where things aren't quite working the way we intended, that's part of being a policymaker, right? You gotta keep evolving. You meet your parishioners, you meet the members of your church where they are, and you recognize risk in different ways, and you work to attenuate and improve their lives. All of us have to do that. The problem is that most police jurisdictions are not sharing information, and honestly, it's been pulling teeth to get that to occur. And we gotta do better. We've actually disincentivized that work. And I don't want that to sound like, I think most of the first responders know, we've invested, we've provided raises and training, we respect them. They have a lot on their plates, and without very many tools to both protect them and their communities, and that makes them, frankly, insane. They take these jobs because they want to make a difference and make their community safe and their families safe. They're hard. They are really hard. but they haven't been sharing information in a meaningful way. We put a little requirement in the budget last year for them to share information. It's coming, but I'd like a state law that requires robust data sharing so that we know where crime is moving in a little bit more meaningful way, and we're leveraging resources. And I think law enforcement is completely supportive of that. We've just really disincentivized that work, and it's time that we incentivize that effort. So I agree with you, and thank you for raising that point. It's a good one.
Hi, I know that, I'm Jessica, by the way, I'm 17 years old. And
Hi, Jessica.
I know that a lot of people here, obviously this is about crime, and I'm not here to beat a dead horse, but I want to offer a new perspective from somebody a little younger, because everybody here is talking about school-age children. And I'm a senior in high school, and I've been born and raised here in Gallup, and I just want to say that I have never felt safe here. There has not been a time where I've been able to let my guard down going to the mall. I cannot do regular teenage things with my friends without having to worry that somebody's going to come up to us. I've got my friends here, you know, we go to Albertsons, or we go to Subway, and there's people coming up to us asking for rides, asking 2 teenage girls for rides, you know? And it's not safe. We can't do anything here. And it's not just out in the city area. Where I live, for the past 10 years growing up, my neighbors have been drug dealers. There have been 2 drive-bys, 2 drug raids, 2 drug busts, multiple arrests. Nothing has ever been done. For my entire childhood, I've been living, I can't even ride my bike. I couldn't even ride my bike as a little 10-year-old in my circle, my cul-de-sac, because of my neighbors. And nothing has ever been done. They've been fighting for so long, my parents and my community members, to get these people out, but nothing has ever happened. And finally, a decade later, the DA is doing something, had a meeting with the homeowner, and that's it, you know? And there's just a lot of frustration, I feel like. And growing up here, you get really desensitized and apathetic towards people that are struggling. And I understand that these people on the streets that are struggling. But we should also have the opportunity to live a normal life. People I know, people that I've talked to, seniors in my grade, when I ask them, what are you going to do where are you going to go to college? All of them, at least most of them, are never going to come back to Gallup. They don't want to raise a family here. It's not safe. And even better if they can get out of New Mexico as a whole. Because it's just not a place where you want to raise children, and it's not a state or a city that has options and safety for a good future for people to have. So I just want to say that I know that there's a lot of things that you guys are currently doing to try to remedy this, and a lot of long-term solutions. But just looking around, I think that there needs to be some sort of short-term solutions, so me and my friends can go out downtown without having to worry while we wait for these long-term solutions to help. So, thank you.
Well, first of all, yeah. Jessica, you are incredibly passionate, articulate, and a very effective communicator about your feelings and your efforts in this community. And you have demonstrated in 2 minutes what I ineffectually have tried to do for 4 hours, which is, this is not fair to anyone, but particularly your young people. We can't survive without you. And it's wrong. And some of the stuff that we're proposing is actually short-term. It really stops this revolving door. Takes the people that are your neighbors, that are violating the law and your rights, and does something about it pretty immediately. But I'm interested if you all have more ideas about sort of youth quality of life and safety. Your frustration is valid, and it's completely inappropriate. This is a beautiful, amazing state, and somehow every piece of what we need to be doing isn't coming together very effectively. And again, it's one opinion, it's mine. I need everyone with the ability to change the laws and the status quo, both, to be clear-eyed and ever-present. And if we don't make pretty dramatic changes, it's gonna get to a place where I'm trying to convince young people just like you to give the state another chance. And we're gonna be convincing businesses not to leave or close. We're not gonna get businesses to come. And we've been really lucky. A lot of the policies have been really good for business growth. They're not sustainable when nobody feels safe. And I'm grateful that you have stayed this late, and to your friends, it's really important. And if you all want to do some public safety internships with Ben Baker, we pay $15 to $20 an hour, because every perspective is valid here, and maybe there's something that you would identify from here that we're missing. But I do want everyone, the mayor, commission, tribal leadership, the legislature, the judiciary, including the DAs and PDs, the state police, the state, if we don't all lean in together, how many more people have to be negatively impacted, hurt, or worse, lose their lives before we all decide that this is enough is enough? So that's why I'm here. Enough is enough. Thank you, Jessica. What an honor to meet you tonight.
Reverend Martinez, $2.2 billion go to dealing with alcohol. That's over $1,000 per person. We're asking you and this community to support a liquor excise tax bill. Taxes in New Mexico haven't been raised in 30 years, and all that's correlated to decrease in crime, alcohol use, domestic violence. So please support the bill by Senator Pinto, Representative Ferrari, Senator Cedillo Lopez, and Representative Johnson. And if anybody's interested, we have an AHA coalition that they can join to push this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you for raising the issue. I appreciate it.
Good evening. Thank you everyone for staying this late. Appreciate everybody's concern here. I want to welcome you to East Davidson. This is what we call the checkerboard. If you're familiar with this area, about a quarter mile is actually a lot of that. From there, half a mile, inland. Kind of trust that. From there, beyond inland. So these are the jurisdictional issues that the officers face sometimes when no reports are being called in. Now, you said that there's a new law passed in July where actually the rates of a ticket were lower. I want to see if you guys will reimburse your ticket a few years ago. I got the captain. Martin. But anyways, that was retroactive. But anyways, it's just we have a lot of issues here. And the biggest component that we're actually not talking about is Navajo Nation. Navajo Nation is a big part of this. They have their own flaws. They have their own issues. And the biggest thing is we're surrounded. Gallup is surrounded by the Navajo Nation. And myself as an elected official, I'm a landlord member. And one of the things that since it's public safety is there's a lot of livestock on the road that people encounter, they hit. We're actually taking the action on this. In order to have livestock on Navajo reservation, you're supposed to have a grazing permit. So those are the laws that we're actually enforcing, that we're educating people about. This is what you can do, this is what you can't do. However, there's other leeways you can take. Now, being that, with the state highway, we have issues with the Mexico State Livestock Board. There's only one officer, and it's very hard for him to travel around and try to assist on state roads, because we basically don't have no jurisdiction sometimes. However, being said that also, with the cattle guards, there's some that really need to be replaced and cleaned out. I've talked to District 60 about this before, and they're only allowed to clean it once, and whoever the right-of-way is given to, the permission for a driveway, is actually responsible for those. So, those are the things that we're working on as far as an elected official at the time. And those are the things that we come across, and also, of course, the avian flu going around. We're making sure that we do tally counts at their residence, make sure we get a GPS location of the corral, we check the quality of the livestock. So those are the things that we're actually beginning to do. Those are the things that have been actually not done for a long time. And those are the things that we're doing on our part. Now, this is not saying that it's all in the state, but we'd like to help in this fashion, and then help the state this way. Also with enforcement as well, you know, we tried having collaboration meetings to discuss what jurisdictional issues that we have with Navajo Nation, the county, the state. Those are the things that we've had. It was productive. We actually need to do it again. It actually was very informative for the Navajo Nation Police because they actually found out that they actually have jurisdiction on a lot of things. So those are the things that we're, even ourselves, we don't know sometimes. And those are the things I just wanted to bring up. Again, thank you for coming. We appreciate this. And my name is Anthony Gay. Thank you.
Anthony, thank you. I think we have more than one livestock investigator or officer, but I'm not sure. So I can't debate that with you, but I am unhappy if we're not doing enough in that regard. So I'm going to take that right back. And let's see if we can't, in this area, get the livestock board to commit to more resources and support. I'll help them do that. Anthony, would you give one of the team your phone number so I can follow up with you directly? Thank you, sir.
Good evening, my name is Diane Nakai. I work with Battered Family Services as well, working with some of the clients that we see in the shelter and in our housing program and our other various programs. They often can find a job, but then if they are lacking transportation or if they're lacking childcare, they come up upon those barriers and they end up going back to their abusive situation. So if there's a community way to address, I was proposing at one of the meetings with Deb Martinez about increasing the public transportation that we have available, because it's only available from 8 to 5. If we can expand those hours, and then if we can have some kind of child care facility. We don't have any of those here. Those things that we do have are very limited. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. The expansion of childcare has been, again, monumental, but this has been a really hard nut to crack in McKinley County. And we've been at it a couple different times trying to stand up providers, and maybe it's just time that we all sort of recommit and focus there. And the mayor's got some ideas for me. We'll get our early childhood folks out here. But if folks have ideas about folks who can be those providers, you know, we're investing, we provide grants, we do the infrastructure in the buildings. So let's see if we can't figure that out. And some of our best childcare, frankly, is also stood up and supported by faith-based communities. So if I've got some folks who can take on a little more, we have resources to do that. We want no wrong door, free, affordable, including therapeutic childcare. And we've been standing up like we did here, but 24-hour childcare, because you've got 24-hour jobs. Including healthcare jobs and policing jobs in this community that require a little bit more support. So I could use some help there. We have what we need to do it. I just need the people here willing to do it. So if you've got ideas, I'll come right back. You give your number to Alex. That's really, and we've tried about 4 times. That's not an excuse. It's more of a, I'm not doing something quite right in this community. So I'd love your help on that, so we can figure it out. And maybe the college can help us. Some of the best childcare initiated at UNM. And maybe it's time to think about that here at the branch college. Maybe you can help me navigate that, Chancellor. Okay, great. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Melinda Blatchford. I am a community member. I live in Mossman area. I used to be a registered nurse, so I know the rotating in and out. I used to own a small business caring for the uranium miners on the Navajo Nation. I'm currently disabled and living in Mossman, and I have constant problems with the homeless. I left a packet with your clerk when I walked in, and I have over here with supporting documentation over 17 suspicious activities, property damages, trespassing charges, loitering, indecent exposures, attempted break-in, just in my house alone. Now, I know one of the main reasons it started to intensify was because there was a lady sitting on my gas meter in the alley and another gentleman tucked in the corner doing drug activity. I asked them to leave. I told them, you cannot loiter here, you need to leave. That did not sit well with them. So 3 days later, they splattered my front door with paint. So if you have any Boston neighbors, they've seen my door. And I left it that way for a good year because I wanted them to know that they weren't there to help me either. You know, there was no, the police came, and it's an insane system. It don't work. You call, the activity happens, you call, I can repeat what the operator's gonna tell you by heart. And then they come out, and then sometimes they don't even wanna look at the damaged property. They don't wanna give you a emergency incident report because it's more work for them. But I insist every time I need a non-emergency incident report, and for the door I had to actually file a police report. So I've been dealing with this since October 2023, and it has not stopped. It is daily. They've broken my back gate open over 5 times. They've let my dogs out several times. I mean, it's just constant. There's no peace. I own the home, and I'm disabled, and I get all my medical care at GIMC, so it's very difficult for me to just uproot and go. If that was an option, I would have done it last year. So I went and I tried to do some positive things. I went and I asked about the neighborhood watch. And if they wanted to create one, which I didn't even know they had one, but it's non-existent. I mean, all they have is a Facebook page, and they use that for selling Christmas lights or putting Christmas lights up or lost animals, which helped me once. And, you know, but for the most part, the guys on the bike with the backpacks going to the drug house, nobody cares about. The guys walking in the alleyway on the street, nobody cares about. The guys grabbing at my car handles, walking on my property, trying to break into the driver's side. The other guy walking up to the door saw the camera and turned around. One of the other things I did was I requested to have the alley gated, and they said that I would need all the signatures of the neighbors on the street, which I had made a form I was ready to do. But then I reached out to the city council, and I got a straight up, no, sorry, we cannot do that because there's businesses there and there's a gap there. Well, this is where you guys need to adjust and grow and make changes, like you were suggesting earlier for other things. Because a gap in a business is not okay to continue to have drug dealers and loiterers, and they're using the bathroom there, they're using drugs there, they're meeting there to buy drugs. I mean, it's the corner between Mossman and Valentina, right behind Sherwin-Williams Paint Store. So that is apparently, before I knew when I bought my home, that's the place they meet from whoever is in the Mossman area selling the drugs. The guys on the bikes with the backpacks, or the guys walking with backpacks. That's where they meet. And I had no clue when I bought the house, but now I'm dealing with it 24/7. Then I got security cameras installed, which was great, but in the back, it only looks at my backyard, so when they break open the gate, you see the gate break open and the police see it, but they don't see anybody. So my city councilwoman said, well, can't see anybody in your cameras, sorry. And that was their solution for me. And then I also tried to offer a reward. I tried some positive things. Because I am not somebody who will just sit there and do nothing. I've always taken care of myself. I've always tried to be very positive and taking care of my property, taking care of myself, not relying on systems to take care of me. So when this happened, it was the same thing. Okay, I can't just rely on the police and their insane system because it's getting nowhere. So I need to do something positive for myself. So that's when I started doing the reward, and then there was mail theft. They started stealing my mail. So I had opened a P.O. box, and then I hired a security company, Stronghold Defense. And they were coming by my home 3 times every evening between 6 and 6 in the morning. And they still broke it open while I was under their contract. So the last thing I did was, a neighbor of mine went to another town hall, and I guess it was right after that Hojo shooting. And they had mentioned to her that there was a signal that if shoes are up on an electrical cord, that's an indication that there's selling available there. And of course, there's 2 pairs of shoes right over my alley, or not my alley, but the alley. And so I called the city and had them removed. So I tried my best to maintain a clear understanding that that alleyway is not used for this activity anymore. And so for that, I have become their target now. So I am constantly, and they even go look over, when I go and secure the fence again, they use their selfie stick to look and take a picture of my door to see what I did, because I saw them on the camera. But by the time I call the police and they get there, they're gone. And of course, you know, per my city councilwoman, you can't see nobody, so what are you gonna do? You know, you just don't have any options right now, basically. So I come with problems. I come with opportunities that I use to try and fix it myself. So now I'm in this arena, which I never come to because I just am not a political person. I don't like it. It's just not my cup of tea. But I'm here because it's my last opportunity before something really bad happens. If they get in my home and they try and assault me, I do have a gun. So I'm not going to hesitate to use it. But I hate to have to deal with somebody dying in my house because I've tried everything else. I've tried everything else. So you guys are my last step. So I came also not only with problems and things that I've done to try and resolve this, but I also come with solutions because I feel if you're going to come with problems and voice them, you should at least have went through the thought process of seeing what other things they can do or who can do it to improve it. So, of course, my first one is to gate that alley. I don't care what, if you can gate the alleyways on 66 behind businesses, you can gate this alleyway. You also, they need to gate the field that is east of Mossman, because they use that to walk through. And so you need to gate that field all the way from the school to Aztec and down by security, back up to security, the security office, to the gate that would be the alley gate. That's a quick, inexpensive solution to a problem that's not only bothering me, but everybody else. Because I know I'm not the only one who's tired of crime. I mean, listen to that little girl. She can't even walk in her own neighborhood. I can't even walk out in my own neighborhood. I own the home, and I can't even have a peaceful life in my own home. The other thing is exactly what she was stating, short-term solutions while you're working on the long-term solutions, and that is the drug houses. Come on, you guys are gathering information so that you can find the big guy and chase the money to the big guy and really stop it. But meanwhile, the community is suffering every single day, every single night, every single hour. I'm pretty sick of it. This last one is, you need to relocate NCI. NCI should not be next to a school and should not be next to a community. And I know the city, I know the police, I know the tribes. Nobody wants to take responsibility for it, but we are suffering for it. And so somebody needs to step up. All of you need to step up and find a new place for that place, out on the outskirts where it's not next to a school, 2 schools, a junior high and high school, and a community. We need to do better. You guys, the city planning, the way you've built this city with
out a thought of how it's going to affect you in the future, or how it's going to grow, or how it's going to affect others in the future. Bad planning. I mean, if I was somebody, a designer or something like that, you guys got to think of, just like you said, you have the marijuana law. You thought you had all your safeguards, and you don't. And whoever put that whoever put that NCI right there didn't think it through, doesn't have all the safeguards. And you guys are releasing those guys at the same time the junior high and the high school are walking and driving to school. So now they're interacting way more than they should ever. So if you really care about the community, those are some things that you can short-term do, especially to help me on the corner. Thank you.
I got your package when I walked in the door, so that's very effective work, and I have an idea about an effort. I don't want to call it an operation, but we have made ourselves very present in many communities and neighborhoods across the state, and it results in a multitude of arrests. And you'll do that here, where you live. But unless you're right, unless there's a way to make sure that they're being held accountable, they're going to be right back out. So I'm very concerned about that. I will tell you that I also agree, for what it's worth, that when communities have really struggled to figure out treatment and sheltering, and you're doing it where people are, and you want to be in the main part of traffic for jobs and rehabilitation and transportation, that there is a debate occurring across the country. I'm going to tell you where I am, about where the locations should be. And I have moved to where you are, which is these locations need to be in areas that can be more self-contained. And the example that I want to give, and that shelter's supporting our efforts and agrees, Pete's Place in Santa Fe. So we took Cerritos Road, and in the middle of that, with all those neighborhoods and all of that retail, we have a very difficult shelter operation that has now created significant public safety intersections. And when we go and are present, it's 50 arrests in a weekend, repeat offenders. We go, they're back, we go, they're back, which is why I want these laws changed. That is short term. These laws have to be changed. That shelter wants these laws changed because they can't take it anymore either. The people who work at the shelter aren't safe. The neighbors are not safe. It all spills out, and the people who go to the shelter are more adept at that manipulation and lack of accountability, and the people who need the shelter are unsafe in going. So I have moved to that place where the San Antonio model is an example. It needs to be a bit out of town, but you have to have transportation. So I just wanted to let you know I agree with you. Let's see if we can't do some work specific to there. Again, the caveat for you and this community is, unless there, and if my guardrails that I'm proposing, and there's many more, but competency and commitment, if those don't make sense, lawmakers really need to lean in and think about what does make sense, because it is a revolving door. I'm going to just repeat that. 40 cases, same defendant a year. 40 felonies. 40 felonies a year. And they're right back in the community and they reoffend. And they are torturing the people. And I also want you to hear, your story is not unique. I'm embarrassed by that. And I'm sorry for your suffering. But I'm getting a ton of New Mexicans who are saying they are now being targeted by these activities, and it's incredibly dangerous. And while you have every right to defend yourself, I'm worried about you.
Me too.
So I don't like any of it, but that's happening all over the state. Businesses are threatened if they don't provide money and access, and when they say no, their windows are broken, their vehicles are broken, their security systems are broken, they're vandalized over and over and over again. And places like Dion's are gonna shut down their locations and not build anymore, because they can't do it anymore. Same with Whataburgers. All of our institutions that are beloved, they cannot do it unless we do something different in the state. So thank you for your courage to speak out.
Thank you, Governor and members. I'm the city manager and also a retired educator of 33 years. I'd like to speak a little bit on city crime and then go back to the education, speaking on how it's affecting crime. What we're seeing, first of all, Chief Pablo and her staff, the sheriff helping when he can, it is phenomenal. We're addressing what's there. But we're seeing a new breed of crime, younger, not from Gallup. A lot of them are being brought in from Gallup, so when you're talking about your behavioral health bills, please look at keeping them in their own community, because when they come to other communities, they either drop out, sign themselves out if it's not mandatory, or they finish in 30, 60, 90 days, and they walk out without a dime to their name, so now they're back on the street. They know they're back on the street, they're gonna start using again, and the crimes are going up to get the fentanyl. We used to have what I called the happy groups. They begged for a few dollars, got their vodka, they slept it off if it was warm, if it was cold, they made sure to be in a public spot to get picked up, and thank God for NCI for saving them. Navajo Nation, Jockey, help us with NCI. State gave that money for NCI. Navajo Nation says, hey, these are our people too. That money all went to Window Rock, and none of it comes back. Help us, please. No jockey. Jockey's no ears. Okay? Hear us. We're tied up. We need more help. But this younger group, they're gangsters. They're carrying guns. You nailed it, Governor. You're seeing it just like us. They're criminals from other locations who now are making Gallup streets their home. And we're seeing a high rise of high violence. And I think Mr. Baker and I think Chief, is it Chief? Good. I didn't know how the hierarchy went with the state. But they're listening to us and agreed to have some talks with us as we seek help. So we appreciate that. And just know we need behavioral health, but we need every community to have it. And I know the resources are scarce to get it there.
I'm going to argue with you. The resources are not scarce. They're not. We have a ton. There aren't any licensed social workers. There aren't any licensed behavioral health providers. There aren't any more OBGYNs. There aren't primary care providers. There aren't police and firefighters. And we're spending billions on recruiting and retaining. And we're doing better. But I can't grow a social worker, and I can't mandate that you become one of these health professionals or a behavioral health provider. And this state and the legislature did not do this. Unilaterally, they canceled all the Medicaid contracts, and it crushed us. Those are the excuses. We have to leverage, we have to sort of reassess, we have to figure out a way to build that plane while we fly it. I've got an idea about itinerant social workers. That means that we would pay folks to come in from Phoenix and Pagosa and Amarillo and Lubbock to work here until we can catch up by having more people get their degrees and certifications. So we have to do all of the above, and this legislature has been incredibly generous with behavioral health investments. But again, we can build a clinic, but if I don't have the providers, and we're doing better. I mean, I want to be careful. I don't want anyone to be demoralized. We are actually doing much better. But until it's good enough, it isn't good enough. So I really appreciate, Mr. Manager, your point. Don't forget the behavioral health investments. Don't forget about finding ways, be creative to incentivize. Hear you. Anybody here's got an idea that we're not doing, give it to me and we'll do it. And then I'm worried, and I'm going to get into trouble probably by the experts in policing. But I suspect, based on the data, that we have a very organized effort at creating very serious violent criminal activity, preying on young people, poor people, and our rural communities in the most nefarious and disgusting way. And as long as they continue to get away with it, they will continue to build a very profitable system. And again, I've had enough. And if we don't create some very strict, you will be held accountable, you will go to jail for a very long time. You traffic drugs to our children and you give them firearms, you're done. And that is not the message that they get. The message that they are getting in New Mexico is we are open for business. And that has to change. And I want to give a shout out to the city manager. He has written to us repeatedly. He has accepted every one of our grants. He has gotten us in touch with all of the local leaders. He is working hard to address crime. He's putting the data and the stats together. This community is clear about what needs to happen and change, and I'm grateful. I want people to hear that the folks that you're electing and seeking assistance to, even if that hasn't worked for everyone, it is better in many ways for our relationships than it is in far too many communities. And I think good work needs to be credited. They're doing the work, but they don't have the tools to keep it from reoccurring. That's where we are. We're on a merry-go-round, and I need to stop the merry-go-round. I hope this community will help us. I know your legislators intend to provide that help. And I'm grateful that they've stayed so long to really hear about why those intersections are occurring, because I think it's powerful and it needs to come from the community. But I just wanted, it's a long way to say, this manager has been very communicative, very forceful, and very engaged, and it's made a difference.
I wish Senator Munoz didn't leave, because the last time I saw you two together, you were mom. Tell him about his dress code, and I wanted to say, look, he's at least got a jacket on.
He showered and everything for this town hall.
I wish I was here to hear.
I'm teasing him. I respect him more than I can,
It was a
but
great
I like to tease him just a little.
You impressed my 19-year-old daughter by calling them. Now with education, I want to tell you how Gallup is looking at education.
Okay.
We shouldn't have to use lawsuits. We shouldn't have to use the legal system to improve education. And that is what Gallup McKinley's had to do. I was one of the founders of the Yazzie Martinez lawsuit, and I'm very disappointed in the outcome. That money was supposed to get down to our Spanish-speaking kids, our Navajo-speaking kids, counseling from a traditional standpoint, and I've seen the money go elsewhere. Yes, we needed more money for teachers to retain them. Awesome job. I do appreciate that. But getting the money to the students who need it, not equalizing that throughout the state. Because when you look at our statistics, I finished at a tribal school 24 miles north of here. And 54% of my students were homeless by federal law. 52% had one parent or no parents, grandparents raising them. And I'm very glad to see you here, Ms. DeBlasio, because I see changes in state social services to a point. Navajo Nation, again, all we get from Navajo social services when we turn them in is does not qualify. But it's domestic violence. Parents bringing their kids to school and they're drunk. But that's not child abuse. It is. And these are the kids who are dropping out of school because they're struggling. We're doing everything in our power to keep them in school. But these are the kids who have so much trauma in their life that they're turning to drugs. And the black market, Sheriff Mariano worked with us big time in the county. Every time we caught a kid with a vape, where's it coming from? And we're finding these black market predators posting on Facebook. We'll reach Tohatchee, we'll be at the Speedway, 2 to 3. Come get it. Me and Mira students, we'll be.
The dark web is a real thing, and they are going after our kids. I have a favor to ask you. So we have made incredible investments, and we are seeing dramatic, but not dramatic enough, increases in outcomes, particularly now in literacy. I agree with you. Most of the investments that we make in schools, it's going to make me sound like I'm mad at schools, I'm just calling it out as it is voluntary. I can't make them do science of reading. I can't make them do extended learning. I can't can't make them do the social services. I can't make them make sure that they're meeting the state requirements for special education. I should be able to do that. I have zero power. The legislature has the power to make that mandatory. If we have evidence-based strategies that get those resources into the classroom and for the kids, why aren't we doing them? The legislature gave the state well more than $26 million for universal healthy meals. You want to know how many schools aren't doing it? Most of them. How is that allowable? How many people here think your kids ought to get good, nutritious, high-quality meals? Yeah, me too. But they don't have to do it in the state of New Mexico. Kids that get reported, drug abuse, alcoholism, infants, and I am not suggesting that the state is doing everything right by any stretch of the imagination. At 25,000 employees, and on a good day we're all rowing together, and on a bad day we're going in opposite directions. We can't figure it out. We're working on it. But the agreements for home visiting and plans of corrective action for parents who have considerable substance abuse is not mandatory. So when they leave a report or a hospital, they're called CARA plans, and we go out to visit to make sure that you're doing the plan, you don't have to open the door, which means I can't make the sheriff go and show up because you've got no jurisdiction for a voluntary plan. Neither does the police. Neither does the state police. And when I go a second time, they're gone. Those kids are unsafe. I wish it could be voluntary. My opinion is that it cannot be anymore. Love to have you at the legislature to talk about mandatory, take the investments that we are making and make them occur in the classroom, dedicated to the kids, which is why I'm going to ask for $50 million that goes to Native American kids for services. So we pay for the services that they're not getting in a community or school. And I guarantee you those achievement scores are going to go way up. So thank you. But if you'll come help me do that, Mr. Manager, I have lost every one of those battles for the last 6 years. I don't even get close.
And I do want to tell the public, we're thinking outside the box. You haven't exhausted the resources. You're going to get my card here today.
Good.
I haven't seen your packet. The young girl up there gave the DA credit for nothing. It's not the DA. It's our Gallup Police Department, and it was the city manager's office who
got it done.
Visited the man because he's being targeted by drug dealers, and we're working the solution to get that circle safe. We'll think outside the box, but you got to come see us.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Christopher Hudson. Christopher Hudson and Chef Sistanina Sinajini Bashishinkiani Tishiche Kavadashinoa. I just want to thank everyone for coming here today and listening, and to all of our police officers and service providers and people that are working with our unhoused community for all the work that they do. It is tireless, and it shows that you are doing this work 24/7, 365 days, 365 days, and you're hearing it from our community. And Governor, we hear that you're trying to be actionable, but all I've heard throughout this whole safety town hall is a lot of the complaints, yes, and a little bit of the solutions, but also you're telling us that we need our legislators to move those laws along. And I'm telling my community here, we need new legislators. We need a legislative body that is made up of police officers, of educators, of unhoused individuals, people that can actually move laws forward or add that perspective. Right now, our legislative body, all senators, representatives, are mostly lawyers and people with careers, and I don't know if anybody knew this, but all of our legislators are volunteer. So they come in whenever they can. They have other jobs and things like that. Other states, other places that are doing well, that are moving the mark, have their legislators paid. They have their legislators all year round. In New Mexico, not only are legislators not paid, so you're doing it out of the kindness of your heart, or you have enough money that you can actually do that, or you need something to be passed so you run for office. Those people end up in office. Those people end up representing us. those people pass our laws so that way our governor can do our work, our police officers can do their work, but we're not getting quality people in those paid positions. The people that we have are not moving those bills forward, and the process that we have currently of only having 2 months to figure out I know that every time we go to the legislature, we always celebrate 100 bills, so that's great, but we should be celebrating a lot more in getting more done than just in 2 months. And that's during a non-budget year. In a budget year, it's just a budget, it's only 30 days. So if our legislators aren't there doing the job 24/7, 365, like our police officers, like our unhoused advocates, like our community organizers, like anybody else in our community that has came here today and said that, then we really need to look at who is representing us. And I really want to thank Wanda Johnson and Chibayaja, Senator Pinto, both of them for sticking around for this whole thing. And you know, we've been on our other legislators for this too, but I think it's a statewide problem and we really need to look at who is representing us and get involved more in that. And you know, I think we have a lot of great ideas and some of them are a little like, well, good people, we're all just human and all trying to be here. So I really appreciate the time and everyone coming forward with that. But yeah, solutions, I think we just need better representation.
I'm going to give a shout out to the legislature because I'm quick to sort of beat up on everybody else. I'm trying to do enough for myself. We're not perfect at the state. The extraditions as an example, I'm on that. These are real, this is helpful to know where we're not quite getting it done. Even though it's a voluntary legislature, they're more accessible to the public than any professional paid legislature in the country, I assure you, because I've lobbied all of them. They do a ton of work, and I don't want anyone here to leave with, and that's not what you said, sir, at all. That you, in fact, you highlighted they're here, they're late at night, they're somehow managing families and jobs and their legislative duties.
I'm just saying
They work, they work incredibly hard during the interim, and I want to make sure that I'm not leading anyone, because your point is really good.
If everyone
To
else
believe,
is full-time, they should be full-time.
But there have been proposals to make them paid. I think that you'll see that debated. I think that's going to get to the voters. I'm expecting that sort of this session or shortly after. And I wanted to highlight that you're not alone in really seeing the value of doing that. And wanted to make sure that your colleagues and friends and neighbors and coworkers heard that that's a very powerful position that a lot of community members are taking in the state. And while they have the power and only the power to change the laws, these are really tough issues to tackle. But I am hopeful, and again, I want to make sure that I say it one more time. Both the House and the Senate have committed to initiating right out of the gate a robust public safety omnibus package. I don't know what that's going to look like. I'm hoping it will have some of these guardrails as well as investments, because one without the other, then you still have a revolving door. But I appreciate what you said about the legislators and your kindness about making sure that we also treat them with dignity and respect and as professionals. And I really wanted to highlight that. So thank you for allowing me to do that, sir.
Hi, my name is May. I'm here. I just want to say thank you for coming to do this about crime in New Mexico, in our community. I'm glad that you're going to, the Senate is going to revisit the laws. You know, we talked, Senator Munoz, the city manager, talked about the judges, their decisions, that you don't have the power, but we need to know, we need more information how to get to these judges to know how, because some of their decisions we all know are not right. Okay, I had a nephew that was murdered. This is his mom right here. He was murdered in Albuquerque. We have another girl from our community, from Zuni, that was murdered in Albuquerque, shot at a house party. There's too many young juveniles running around, 17-year-olds with guns, shooting people, and they're getting away with it. And this one was multiple. He didn't just do my nephew, he did a second murder while he was out before they caught him. So they're having no accountability. So I'm just asking that the Senate, the Congress, the wanted to, it's hard for me to speak right now, but that does need to be revisited. The juvenile laws, he's charged as an adult, but he's gonna be sentenced as a juvenile. What is that? That's not right. If he's man enough to do this crime, they're man enough to go out there shooting people, they should be man enough to do their time as an adult, not as a juvenile. So that's all I'm asking for the Senate and the House to look at. And I brought a copy of the letter she wrote. She did send it to Congress and senators. I don't believe she gave it to you, but I would like for this to be, if you would.
I will read every word of that. My condolences for your loss. It's completely unfair. It's indiscriminate, and it shouldn't happen to you or to the parents or anyone else.
And he did, excuse me, he
No.
left behind 2 children. He was the sole provider for his children. The family helped him, but he was raising his 2 kids. They took their dad away from his kids, you know, and for him to get off as, oh, he's gonna serve time as a juvenile, but charged as an adult, that's just insane.
I agree with you, and there's going to be a huge package about juvenile crime. And I have to say, this is what I think so far. I want you to know, because I need help, and the legislators need help. They need the voices of the people they represent. They respect that. I think it's a heavy lift. I mean, what we're hearing is that there's not a lot of interest because nobody wants to punish someone who's young. And we don't want to ruin their lives for a mistake. I get that. And now I want to channel what you said. When we have 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17-year-olds that are committing multiple murders, who are released back to their parents, who may or may not be engaged in a way that's meaningful, they re-offend immediately. And they're taking these firearms to school, and to the Walgreens, and to the Albertsons, and to the movie theater, and to the Isotopes, and to your high school games. And that is unacceptable. And while we have some new laws that hold parents responsible for leaving guns around or knowingly having them in the possession of people who are not allowed, young people are not allowed to have handguns. Not. It's illegal. We prosecuted the case, didn't win it in our court system because I don't think the laws that we have on the books are strong enough. And there is a real sense in the legislature, and that's telling about me. I'm not convincing them effectively enough. That is part of my job. I have to lay the groundwork and explain what we're trying to do. There's a sense that we have to do all the prevention without the accountability. I think you have to do both. And I'm worried that if we stop ignoring the accountability, how do we stop people from continuing to reoffend in our communities? And so, thank you for sharing your story. That took a lot of courage, and I'm so deeply sorry for your loss. I'm going to get that letter delivered to me right now. And I want better for our children, and I want better for our families in the state of New Mexico.
Hello, my name is Danielle. I work at the Boys and Girls Club of Gallup, right here in town. And I would like to address 2 points. Firstly, I would like to address safety at our club building. The Gallup Police Department has been great working with us to ensure that the children are safe at the building and showing up when we need help. However, the problem is reoccurring and it is consistent and it's getting worse. Literally today, our staff had to go outside and remove someone who was drunk and passed out, you know, before the kids got there. We don't want them to see that. Our whole goal is to make sure that they are getting a better environment at our club than what they're seeing out in the community. And there's just people coming to pass out drunk on the property or make inappropriate gestures when the kids are walking from school. We just had a lot of horrible things just because even though the police come, you know, it's still not enough. Something else has to be done to ensure that our kids don't have to see this when they're trying to go somewhere where they're hoping to get a more positive experience. And I hate to be negative about it because, you know, we really try and ensure that the kids have this positive environment, and now we show them that the community is there for them. You know, the police officers come over, they dance with the kids, they do activities, we have local business owners come by and talk about things. But just that is such a huge thing. And, you know, in the past, 5 or 6 years ago, we even had someone attempt suicide right on the property as the kids were coming from school because she was drunk, and yes, she needed help, but the kids should not have to see it. And we would just love to see some improvement somehow so that there are some sort of measures in place to protect the kids from that. And we would just love to see if perhaps maybe improvements in the neighborhood would help that, better lighting, maybe changing the fencing in our areas so that people can't hide up there and pass out drunk, or try and hide needles or alcohol bottles, or just feel that it's a safe place for them to do things that the kids shouldn't see. So that's very important to us.
How about if I try to find some lighting and security fencing money right now in the state, get it to you ASAP, right through the local government. So Mayor, I'll get in touch with you about that tomorrow. In addition, let's do some security cameras, something I didn't talk about, but I think given that law enforcement's doing a ton, I mean, they are working overtime. While we catch up, they are, I think the state should consider tax credits and direct grants for security guards, because we have a lot of retired police officers that are interested in doing that work, which allows you to get paid back, and for nonprofits who can't front the money, that we do grants to pay for that security. And it's something I've been talking with businesses about statewide. It's gonna take both those kinds of security measures, but let's start with lighting and fencing and security cameras, and I'll get that done right away.
I'm sorry, I also wanted to address the issue of funding. I'm glad you brought that up. Every year we go to the legislator, the end of January, beginning of February, and we are definitely interested in hearing what funding or possible legislature is coming this next year, because to be honest, I was quite disappointed the last time when we were informed it's possible you may not be receiving anything or much of anything for 2024, because there were plans to do some huge cuts for after school and out of school time care. So I would definitely like to know, and especially would like to hear that there are plans to continue funding for that, because what we do is important. Kids need a variety of sources. Like they say, it takes a village to raise children. It's not just school, it's not just parents. You know, there are people there for that in-between time to ensure that kids have a positive mentor, that they have a place to do their homework, or maybe just even a safe and positive place for them to have fun with their friends without having to go out and be on the street and maybe be harassed like that young lady talked about. We just really want to know that we're supported too in our community and our state.
Yeah. Jesse, I could use your phone number. There should not be any cuts we've been making, and the legislature has to a ton of investments. Something's not quite right there. I believe you. That's not what I'm saying at all. I need to get to the bottom of that. And again, big pitch to the manager, and that is that our extended youth programs after school and before school are not mandatory. And I'm going to shock this community. You ready? You want to know what last year's reversions for extended learning and youth programs were? $100 million. I can't make the schools do it. And that money should also go to their community partners. Now, I put money directly into the Santa Fe. You probably know that. Boys and Girls Club, and we built a new community center and building. We're doing it in Espanola. Let's do some more of that here. But we need to get the schools, the school boards, the superintendents, they have access to sizable resources. They should have to use them when they benefit the kids and their families. I don't know of a single parent that doesn't want more of that. So I'm really disappointed to hear that someone said that we're going to be making cuts. I'll get to the bottom of that right away, and I'll commit to Representative Johnson, who's a trooper, that let's get to the bottom of that and figure out where we are, because that's not right at all. Okay.
Hi, I was looking right in the system of it. I see it every day. There's vapes, drugs, actual drugs too. I don't want to go to school at 7:30 in the morning, and when I step out of my car, I smell weed. It's nauseating. It smells, it stinks. I personally don't have this problem with weed, but on an empty stomach, it makes me want to throw up. I don't want to do this every day. It's also, there's kids getting drugs from their parents. And obviously, you can't really do anything about that because they're getting drugs from their parents. But what you can't do is get the drugs from the students, because honestly, I think they need to have the drug dogs come more often, because the amount of drugs you will find at my school it's just surprising. Of course, these kids have mental health issues. They get it from their parents, they get it from their childhood. And they vape for just a quick high. No kid should have to go do that. It sucks. The teachers and kids, excuse my language real quick, they're assholes. Especially the kids too, and the teachers, but it's also because we're surrounded by teachers who act like they care, but they don't. I mean, some do, but some don't. Especially, there's just one teacher at our school. He's a special ed teacher, but there's rumors about him touching the sped kids. No kid should be around that. And, it's a middle school. Rumors go around quickly. So, and a lot of people believe it because he's weird towards kids. Very weird. But the drug issue is a really big issue too. But, you know what? There has almost been a shooting at my school. A kid brought a gun to school, and if anybody told about it, he would shoot up the school. But word goes around quickly, so the cops were called, we were put in a hold, and he got, I don't know what had happened to him. But my question is, how can you assure our safety at our school? How can you assure that these kids can get the help they need without having to use drugs? Not just vapes, not just weed, actual drugs, because I know kids who have done cocaine. Nobody should have access to that. No.
Do you mind if we give you a round of applause for that courage and your clarity about what's... No middle school student should have to tell those stories. So, I need to come to your middle school. All right. The back end is making sure that people, including if it's a parent, that are drug dealing, they have to be held accountable. But that cycle has to end. Those traumas to the children and to the other children, including you at that school, has to end. 2, if we got rumors, that's not enough to make a decision about someone's guilt or innocence, but we certainly ought to be taking a look at that, and we'll get the public education secretary.
It's not just rumors. My friend's auntie works for the school, and she said that the teacher, but of course I don't know, but she was saying how he's basically a sex offender, and he's working at our school.
Right. Well, they're not allowed to do that, and so again, I don't know the particulars, but I believe you. And it doesn't matter whether I do or I don't. Here's something that's damaging and risky, we're gonna go in. And we have the right, now that's something the state does have power to do, is to go right in that school. So we will do that immediately. The telehealth, which is not enough, but the counseling and the drug interdiction work at schools is working. Sounds to me like we don't have enough at this middle school. So this incredible person is going to help us take a look and get that. I'm worried about vaping. There should be no cannabis, no vaping. None of that should be occurring at school. So let me get to the bottom of all of that, because you should not be exposed. And this is going to sound really patronizing, and I kind of mean it. No child, you're a child. You're bright and courageous and incredible. And I see a really bright future for you. And no one should be standing in your way. And your rights to have a safe, productive environment in school should not be taken by anyone. School shootings and huge risk issues, we've put in alarm systems, cameras, fencing, lighting, security guards. We're gonna keep doing more. Not everyone's gonna agree with me, and not the whole legislature's gonna agree, but I have suggested and will suggest again, so if you don't like this idea, you tell your legislator, that's your right. And if you like it, then you tell your legislator that you like it. That's how this whole process should work. I don't see any reason to have weapons of mass destruction in the hands of anyone in the state of New Mexico. And we're gonna introduce an assault weapons ban again. So again, if you hate that, and you have every right, talk to your legislator. If you like that, then know that I'm proposing it again. And if you're not sure, get information about that. But this is where multiple children and educators lose their lives. And I want to use every tool in the toolbox. Accountability, prevention, behavioral health, suicide prevention, drug mitigation, more confidence and building so that the trauma issues for kids don't manifest themselves in exactly the way that you stated. It isn't one of those things. It has to be all of those things. No parent, no child should be worried that when they get dropped off at school, that could be the last day they see each other. I think enough is enough there too. Again, that's not the core of our public safety agenda. So we need to do more in gun violence, a lot more, but we've done a ton, and I'm interested in more. I want to stop the revolving door so that when your law enforcement officers arrest someone or have an interdiction, it holds. That is the thing that I think has the most meaningful impact for everyone we're trying to serve, including the kiddos that we're trying to protect and their families. Thank you for staying up so late. I'm a little worried I'm gonna get into trouble with your parents. You're her mom? Well, you're gonna, don't let me get into trouble. This is about curfew for me when I was that age. So I appreciate that you're both here, and thank you for all that you do. Good mom, good community member. We work a lot together, and I'm happy to see you again. And I'm sorry that you've had such a rough time. Thank you for being here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we have no other questions or comments. I want to take this opportunity to thank the members of the community, the members of our panel. I want to thank our governor for her leadership in bringing this to the community. At the end of the round of applause for the community, and we will conclude.
It's powerful.
Thank you, folks.
And Arenas is there too.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she has more if you need more from her.
Not bad. You're professional now.
Ready for another year again. The first year I got them, I was out by the end of the year. Like, I only bought like 100. And I was like, okay, I'll get them later, And 4 years later, I was like, oh, I finally got some more.